beside me. She makes me feel alive.
Hello everybody, welcome in here to week 4 of League of Legends on the NECC. Fish and Orbital getting ready to call our first game of the day here on the main channel. It is Colorado College Varsity taking on Kansas State's Academy B team here, Emergent Pacific. Draft is already underway, Orbital, so I think we'll just hop right into it and we'll see what the players have in store for our week 4 game. See what we got, because we are already, again, halfway through. So Orbital, I'll let you take it away here of what we got on our screen.
We got some chaos. We got the old school bruisers in the Aatrox and the Kindred obviously an ADC, with the Orianna to back it up, which Orianna did get a couple buffs, so a very nice kind of skirmishy teamfight style. On the flip, though, it is a chaotic wombo that you're hoping to land. The Amumu in the jungle, paired with the GP, which GP is a menace. I will say I ban it almost every single time, but in a team environment can be a powerhouse. The Kegs can do so much work. And then follow that with the Zoe, another long-range powerhouse that loves to be annoying, loves to be in your face, and sometimes not so much in your face, but at least the Paddle Star and Sleepy Trouble Bubble will be. And then you're still going to compound that even further. Kai'Sa, another champion that will get up close and personal. If you land that Curse of the Sad Mummy and that Cannon Barrage, you're good. You're good on that side.
Yeah, Cannon Barrage, Curse of Sad Mummy, maybe throw a barrel or two in there as well. We get the Ezreal locked in, so at least Mad Mastiff is trying to stay away from all of that chaos. He's got the Lulu on his backside as well to keep him nice and healthy. The Nautilus hover here for Swaggy P. If he locks this in, I'm going to have to say Kansas State has a very, very strong team. For Colorado College, I've got a lot of questions here, Orbital. We're fully locked in. Who are you thinking you got the upper hand here looking at the drafts?
Ooh, that you don't get to lay that one on me, Fish, but I'll give it one chance here because I have a very bad history of calling the wrong team, and I embody the name caster cursing. So that's I'm sorry. I am so sorry, KSU, but I am also a huge fan of enjoying the team fights. I love team fights. I love teams that are able to synergize well, mostly because I feel it emphasizes teamwork a little bit more, right? Standalone, these champions are not super duper strong, right? A Kai'Sa on their own, if fed is strong, but like in a neutral area, it does need a little bit of help, or else you're going to get outranged, you're going to get poked, or you're going to have a little bit of trouble, right? The Zoe, yes, can be a menace on their own, but has a little bit of a struggle. You need all these components to really work together, so I want to see it used in perfection. I want to see the depth charge come out. I want to see the Curse of the Sad Mummy. I want to see the Cannon Barrage, and I want to see that Kai'Sa get a beautiful time, at least 3 seconds of free hit me time kind of thing. I want to see that Kai'Sa go to the back line on a Curse of the Sad Mummy champion, or on an ulti champion, and just go ham. So KSU, I want to see what they can do. I want to see them be an amazing team here in game number 1.
Well, I guess now I have to pick Colorado College if you're telling me you're always wrong, because I was with you. I was full K-State all the way. But there are some things for Colorado College that I really do like. I like the Ezreal and the Lulu. It's going to give Mad Massive as much escapability and survivability from an Amumu, from a Gangplank, as he can possibly have. I think Kindred, I mean, you talk about it all the time. Anytime Kindred is played, you're basically playing the lottery from start 1. Are you going to get the mark on the right side? Are you going to get early stacks? I mean, we're going to the casino on a Wednesday afternoon for the side of Colorado College, and if Kiko comes up all 7s, he's probably just going to jump. There's not going to be 3 seconds for Kai'Sa. She'll be dead. So I see the possibility for Colorado College. I wanted to go K-State, but apparently Orbital's the jinx, so I'll stay away from that. But I see the pieces here, Orbital, for Colorado College, but I think a couple of Curse of Sad Mummies and a couple of Gangplank ults, and I'm immediately going to say, all right, let's fold and move on, because the team fight for K-State, you called it out. It just looks so good on paper.
So I will say I do enjoy the teamfight cup, but that is my own personal bias, and anyone that's played League understands that there's always 2 sides to it, right? Yes, that what I like to lovingly call the cannonball composition is there for KSU. They will just bowl you over with one strong shot. The problem is it takes a while to reload, and if you take a look at that composition, it's really on those ultimates, right? We said it earlier, the depth charge, the bandage toss into the Curse of the Sad Money, the Cannon Barrage. That's where the power is in that mid game. Now, late game, of course, the barrels are going to be doing most of the work, so we don't even have to worry about that. But it's very much a fire, reload, fire again. There is no real chance to skirmish as well as, say, on the flip side, we're seeing from Colorado. Not saying they can't, but if you want a skirmish comp, it's Colorado, right? You have the Aatrox, you have the Kindred, you have the Orianna, you have even a Lulu to help out on the back line. Ezreal, I'm sorry, I'm leaving you out of this because it's just the other champions are a little bit higher priority. these three champions specifically, the Aatrox, the Kindred, and the Orianna, they are fast. They can get out of dangerous situations. The Aatrox can survive most situations. So if that wombo combo does not hit, I'm actually very worried. If KSU, burn all the ultimates, they won't have that much. So that is what I'll lay it at. Again, my bias is with KSU. The actual cynic in me says both sides, depending on how it's played, can be very, very impactful.
Yeah, I think the cynic in me for Colorado College is they don't have that go button that you're talking about, right? Even if the ults miss for K-State, they're going to throw out a bandage toss. They're going to throw out a dredge line, and they're going to be forced to start a fight. For Colorado College, I mean, is it Aatrox just kind of diving in? Is it the Kindred looking for an assassination? Is it just you throw out a command shockwave and hope it hits? That is that one thing that I've seen players, especially sometimes in that emergent division, if they don't have that go champion, that go button, they just kind of all stand around. All right, who's going to go first? Who's going to go first? And they never, ever go in. That's the one cynic in me for Colorado College is, are they going to just be counter-engaged? Because right now it's like, I could just see, I've been in the solo queue games where I'm like, all right, who's going in? Who's going in? And everyone's just standing at each other and you lose every objective.
I will say they don't need a go button. So I'm actually going to circumvent that because you, as a skirmish comp, you don't have to fight. That's actually not your goal. If you are the skirmish comp, you don't take a cannonball head on. Instead, you take the multiple small shots. You pick them off from afar. And I feel that's what Colorado is going to do. In a mid to late game team fight, say lane team fight, you do not win outright. What you do win is in those individual fights. The Aatrox can be very powerful. Early game, that GP may be an annoyance, but you can bully it out with the Kindred jumping it. If Kindred gets ahead, all of a sudden you have the 2v2 win strategy, the 3v3 win strategy, whatever you want to say. But we're already on the rift, and this could be dangerous.
Uh-oh, Mad Mastiff, he's going to walk right into danger. He was late getting out of the starting gates, didn't get to the bush in time, and that is a free first blood for Kansas State. Everybody getting in on it. So game one starts with a bang. We've all been there, Orbital. You're distracted. You're looking up your u.gg build, whatever it is. You're 10 seconds late from leaving the fountain, and that can happen sometimes. And I really like that play from Kansas State, being the aggressors here early on.
It's good, and again, this is the good part for them, for the side of KSU. It's smart. You know you have that wombo style, and this is what we were talking about, right? KSU do have the go button, so very, very nicely timed. Now, what Mad Mastiff did do appropriately is you do not burn any extra summoners, right? You do not lose a flash, and you do not lose the exhaust. You understand you are dead. It might also help that you went Q first, so you didn't really have a choice. But it's still smart. You do not put yourself in a deeper hole than you already were. So, you know what? You give up an extra 100 gold plus 300 for the kill. It does go to the GP, so Senna is just kind of like, why would this happen? Yep, that's what you do. You do not touch that wave. And, I mean, it's going to be a bit rough, but I still think Colorado have a chance. It's not completely down and out.
No, not at all. I would have liked to see Kansas State maybe try and get a deeper ward in that red buff after getting that first blood. I mean, you had a 5-man death ball. You probably could have pushed forward a little bit because you don't know where this Kindred is. And anytime there's a Kindred in a game, keeping her stacks low early in the game is so pivotal. So I would have liked to see some more advanced warding because we know Amumu's not going to be looking for many ganks until he hits 6, so he's going to be basically farming. So I think Kiko buffs that you want to keep an eye on here. Other than that, as you said, I think Cinnamon Swirl's basically just going to be chilling in the back line, basically waiting for waves to push into him, trying to prevent this gangplank from getting too far ahead. But I like the early game, and now we've kind of slowed down here as we kind of expected, as K-State's got to look for that Amumu to get 6, and we've got to wait for our first Kindred mark to spawn on the map to see whether or not Kiko hit the lottery.
I mean, the lottery is just one part, right? Remember, if you're playing at a pretty high level, I would say, you are able to be annoying. You are able to actually mark people and get those marks that way. So it's not so much playing the lottery as, all right, I missed the lottery, let's go hit the, let's go hit the vending machine or something like that. It's still a chance, but yes, you want to get that early mark. You want to get that early priority, and I wouldn't even be opposed to Chow Dog being available to help out even more.
Sleepy Turtle Bubble is going to hit onto Kiko. He hit the mark onto Zoe. Chow Dog trying to help him out. Cannot quite get in range. But yeah, as you said, there's other ways to get marks if you do find yourself being a bit unlucky, as our Scuttle crabs in the river will spawn. We'll see if we want to see any assistance coming out from the side. Unfortunately, there is that losing gamble, but Kiko has eyes on this Zoe in the mid. Another sleepy triple bubble going to land. Can Zoe get away? Yes, she can. 0 for 2 on the ganks. And now we see everybody converging towards this Scuttle crab top side with the mark for Kiko. How aggressive are you going to be? Bandage toss is going to miss. Israel on the other side is very, very low. Another sleepy trouble bubble lands, and it's trouble for Kiko. And unfortunately, he's all out of chips early on.
The chips are down, and that's a painful reminder that you don't play with house money because the house always wins, right? That's the saying that they have. But it was very, very smart, right? A first gank and you don't get really anything except damage, I think is okay. The second you re-aggress, though, that is a major, major problem. It opened up such a large opportunity for Hazardous, and now Cinnamon is going to send that wave crashing, but Toast has it down. This is perfect.
Toast going to land that first bandage toss, but it looks like Hazardous, since he is 2 levels down, since he went over to prevent that Kindred, he is not going to take that fight, so just going to help out his top laner a little bit. As Israel's still very low, and Kiko, he wants this mark. He basically has to full send for this Zoe at this point. Can Chowdog stop the back is going to be the question. Do they execute an early tower dive? It doesn't look like it as Kiko's walked away. Once again, Zoe just kind of baiting out this Kindred in the mid lane, who's now only level 3, a full level behind this Amumu. As Azriel and Chowdog get into a skirmish here, Sleepy Trouble is going to land. The minions aren't there to block it, and Azriel's going to pick up the kill. That hurts even more for Colorado College. As we see here, unfortunately, Kiko buff now. No buffs. And he is, coming back. Can he get this stack? This could be really the end moment. Gonna flash forward, shield gonna go out, and no, Kiko can't find it either. Oh no, absolute disaster early on for Colorado College. Oh, that is very unfortunate. Does sound like we've got Paladino here to join me for all the action. Paladino, and right now, we've learned it's a bad day to go gambling for Kindred here in Colorado College.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it. I mean, any game that starts out with a Kindred struggling early on is always going to feel bad. The champion's so reliant on getting those early stacks. There's still plenty of time. We're only 6 minutes in, but still, less than ideal of a start here for Colorado College for sure.
0 stacks for our friend the Kindred, and now you can see those marks spawning in the enemy jungle. We do have Swaggy and Toast on this bottom side. We'll see if they look for a gank, but I don't think they're going to tower dive this early. Maybe even just pick up the dragon. They have full priority here. They might even be able to kill Kiko at this point. This Kindred is lagging so far behind. Chowdog now roaming down as well. Swaggy peeking to see both of them. Going to throw out the dredge line, get the root, and unfortunately this Kindred is going to be gone. Pattywax picked up the first one. He does have DPS on the backside. He has to be careful. Great repositioning. A double kill here for this Kaisa. Swaggy dropping low, but that's not going to stop him. A root onto Lunan, and they're maybe going to look for another kill here. Heal available for Azariel, and it does look like we have a pause come out. This looks like it should be at least one more here as we wait for the unpaused Paladino. We'll have to see if KSU is ready to hop onto this Lulu.
I imagine we'll see one more at the very least. It looked okay at first for Colorado, but the bot lane wave way too big for Mad Mastiff and Luna to come in, so they were quickly able to turn right onto Kiko, like you said, and just instantly losing out the fight. They almost are able to turn one back onto Swaggy P, but not able to find anything. Just waiting to see if anyone else will fall. It doesn't... Oh, it looks like Mad Mastiff will fall in response. They both do. The power of the Zoe. I mean, like I said, it looked okay at first with Chowdog roaming down first from the mid lane, but as soon as Razoriel comes in, it's just so difficult just to get anything done. And the wave way too big, like I mentioned, and everything going right for KSU right now.
KSU now sitting on a 4,000 gold lead at 7 minutes. Azriel now just basically going to bully Chowdog here in the mid. And, I mean, Paladino, as you said, it's not all over for the Kindred, but you're level 5. You don't have any marks. How do you find a way, not back into this game, but how do you stabilize for Colorado College? Because, again, it's a 5,000 gold deficit, almost 4,500. What do you do to stabilize here in this early mid game for Colorado College?
I don't know. It's so tough, especially from the perspective of the Kindred. all of your lanes are behind, or at least behind enough to make things very difficult. We can see shutdowns in every single lane across the map. So getting these marks is going to be really hard to try. I think you maybe look at your most even wave state or most even lane states. Maybe that's top lane, maybe that's mid lane, and try to put a mark down somewhere, because I don't think that the Kindred is winning the 1v1 against the Amumu, especially down in XP. I think that's your only hope. Maybe try to get Lulu out of the bot lane and roam up to these marks as well, but I think it's just praying for good mark spawns and hoping you can get to 4 in hopefully the near future, because that's really the mark we need. Once you hit 4, things get a little bit easier, but before that it's very, very difficult. But looks like Cinnamon Swirl might already be in some trouble up here on the top lane.
Swaggy P rotating all the way up. He is going to pop the ultimate. Toast Roast coming in. Swaggy's got to be careful. Getting pulled back in. Will go down. Now Toast Roast has aggro. And this might be the in that Colorado needed. As Cinnamon Swirl pops the ult, stays alive. Still has Hazardous and Toast Roast around here, though. Kiko buff is coming up on this Kindred. This might be a chance to get a mark. They are going to burn the teleport, but they'll pick up the kill. Can Toast Roast get out in time? Oh, Chow Dog's running him down. Just can't quite get in range. Here comes Kiko over the wall. He wants a kill onto Toast Roast and that first mark. Flash away from Hazardous, and they're both going to get out. So it's a 1-for-1, but still no marks for the Kindred.
Yeah, kind of just a misplay there from KSU. The dive looks good, but the Gangplank ult comes down, and then he just kind of disconnects. But Swaggy P back down in the bot lane looking for a 2v2 kill with Ezreal. This one's all but over already, but Audio Wax pretty low.
Fortunately, once again, KSU survives on low health bars. This Zoe has been an absolute menace the whole time, as Ezreal had a fantastic bait in the mid lane to try to stall out Kiko's first attempts at a mark. Ended up getting a kill on him on that Scuttle Crab mark, and he has really kind of set the tone for KSU. This gold lead now 5,500 as we reach the 10-minute mark, and Patio Wax going to pick up more 3-0-4 here on the Kai'Sa. And all right, now we got to do more than stabilize Paladino. We got to find a way to stop this game from being over in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, you got to find a way to stop the bleeding, and it's really, really difficult. I mean, the characters on the side of KSU are so snowballing. Something like Zoe, Kai'Sa, and Gangplank all really, really scale well, and these are champions that are more associated with blowing people up with one-shots in the late game, and they already have big shutdowns here at the 10-minute mark, like you said, so game is already tough. We saw a bit of hope there in the 1-for-1 in the top lane, like I mentioned, before we saw that fight down bot, but there's a bit of a disconnect. Let Cinnamon Swirl get 1 kill to his name, but still, this one is so tough. All of the pressure in this one here goes to KSU so far, but there's still some time. Anything can happen. I mean, any throw is possible. There's always these opportunity for shutdowns. There's plenty of gold to be made if you're Colorado, but it's got to be their opportunity to find the angles, and really the responsibility, if you will, of KSU to hold on to this lead and not let anything slip.
Yeah, I think the one big thing for Colorado College that they have going for them is there was no early dragon stack. I mean, it feels like we should already be on 1 dragon here for KSU, as Ezreal trying to jump here onto Chow Dog. Toast Roast coming down. Swaggy P as well. Command Shockwave going to go off. Kiko going to jump in. Hit immediately by the bandage toss. Able to jump away as Ezreal very low. Here comes the Cannon Barrage. Polymorph going to go out on Swaggy P. And it's a disengage here for Colorado College as they stay alive. Again, low health bars, but no one going down for KSU. So there's no kills and no bonus gold. No shutdown gold even picked up for the blue team.
Yeah, I mean, no shutdown gold, but none of you died. So it helps out a little bit. I mean, in the past, obviously we've seen 1-for-1s are ideal, but most of them haven't gone that way. So at this point, if you can disengage and keep all 5 members of Colorado alive, that is peak ideal for them. Of course, if you can get some kills, it feels nice, but that's so difficult to do when you're this far behind that just staying alive is good enough. And now Cinnamon Swirl in some trouble.
The parlay. Oh. Unfortunately, I thought Cinnamon Swirl had it. I mean, you pointed out when we talked about how does Colorado College get back in this game, that top lane kind of felt like the lane that was trending at least the most in their direction, but that solo kill for Hazardous going to put a dent in that. Now we're finally going to hop onto the Ocean Dragon here for KSU. Felt like they could have done this a couple minutes ago, but now they're starting to put their foot down and starting to really stomp out early chances for Colorado College. Again, I don't believe Kindred has a mark yet, and we are at the 13-minute mark. We'll see if production can correct me, but I think we're still a 0-stack Kindred.
Yeah, I don't imagine that they've been able to get any. Just unlucky. Has one. Okay, so we're a quarter of the way there. We're making our way to that 4-stack mark. We can see that the next mark is on this crab, but Swaggy P's already up here. Do they have Smite? Kiko does not have Smite up. I think he knows that this one is a little too difficult to get in. Gonna try to, and it's worth a shot, but I don't know. The Sleepy Trouble Bubble lands, and so does the hook. Oh no,
Oh.
Mr. President uses the ult, so still alive for now.
He wants the smite. He
I think
did
got
get it.
Okay,
he
so crab secured. He will certainly fall, but did get the crab. So we mentioned you need to get to 4, and now you're halfway there. So even though you die, you're really not missing out on much. It's not really a net benefit because you did die, but you do get a mark, so you can't complain too much. It's better than dying and not getting the mark, so it could have been worse.
Ooh, Swaggy P with the Hex Flash over the wall. Toast Roast has to be careful. He's in tower range. There's another tower dive. Gone a little bit awry here for KSU. This time nobody dies, but I think KSU might need to chill a little bit because they almost gave away a ton of gold if Toast Roast or Azazriel goes down. These tower dives have been a very sketchy so far for KSU, Paladino.
Yeah, that is one of the benefits potentially if you're Colorado, is they have shown that they want to play very aggressive. They're going underneath these tier 1s here very early on, so the potential for a misstep is certainly there. But now that I'm looking, especially even more when we've talked about how to get back into these games and doing that through these big gold shutdowns, it's really hard for Colorado to lock anybody down. They don't have anything that's super easy CC or engage to try to get one of these shutdowns. When you look at the side of KSU, you have the Amumu, you have the Sleepy Trouble Bubble from the Zoe, and Nautilus, of course, always going to be an easy engage tool, so they can get on top of anyone as easy as they want. But when it comes to the side of Colorado, it's really difficult. You don't have super good engage. You can maybe try, as Chowdog might be in some trouble first.
Azazriel has no mana right now. Needs to be very careful. Kiko with the mark on this Zoe. But realizes probably not going to get a range. Going to turn around and just pick up the kill on to Swaggy P. It will go over to Chowdog as well. So there's some gold back. Patio Wax now going to hop right on Kiko as Azazriel going to try and throw in the Paddle Star. Doesn't even need it. It's a solo kill for this Kaisa. 4-0-4, 134 CS. Quietly down in the bot lane. Patio has been putting on a clinic of how to farm. And I think got 4 or 5 solo plays. There's a ton of gold on that ADC.
Yeah, and that feels great for this Kaisa. I mean, especially Kaisa, one of the ones that has become even more prevalent, especially after the changes we saw to AD carries and their itemization a couple patches ago. And putting that to good use now with a very large gold lead over Mad Mastiff. But kind of what I was talking about earlier, even though these shutdowns are on the table, I kind of want to ask you, how do they go about getting them? How do you lock any of the sides of KSU down when it's just so difficult? You don't have those tools to get those kills. It's definitely not impossible, but certainly a challenge.
I think it's kind of what we talked about. KSU is still looking to be very aggressive, and we see it up here in the top lane. Hazardous, despite having a really ginormous lead when you look at the kills, 4-0-1 versus 1-2, has the CS lead as well. He's bringing Toast Roast up to look for dives. You've got to find ways, bait them under towers. If you can get a Kindred mark as well on those tower dives, I think that's what Colorado College has to do. Defend really well. They have pretty decent wave clear in most of their lanes, and find ways to continue to pick up those bounties off of these tower dives. We are going to see the Rift Herald pretty much go down, as unfortunately the True Shot Barrage is just going to miss. So that is going to make it a little harder to defend, but that's what I'm looking for, Paladino. Make them dive and make them figure it out, because these dives have been kind of ugly as Kiko's going to walk into his Azazriel. There's the Sleepy Trouble Battle. Paddle Star is going to go out, but it missed! He missed the Paddle Star! Oh no, this could be massive trouble for the Zoe. There's not a lot of burst left in the kit. Lamb Sprite is going to go down, waiting for those cooldowns to come back up. And he ends up getting the kills. We go back up top side, and we see that Hazardous got a kill. Almost a disaster for the KSU mid laner, but he ends up salvaging it in that Dragon Pit.
Yeah, so close, but this Kindred is just way too far behind. No item finished yet means there's just not enough damage. If that's a full mythic as opposed to those 3 components, I think that's a little bit different, but unfortunately for Kiko Buff, the story is just another kill for Azazriel, and now this top lane is feeling the wrath of a very fed enemy team as KSU just takes that Rift Herald and pushes all the way to that inhib turret. That is one of the potential benefits. I mean, there's not very many positive things to look at here in this one so far from if you're the side of Colorado, but thankfully for them, KSU really hasn't played around at least dragons when it comes to these early objectives so far in this one, as another bubble lands.
This time, the Battle Star will find its mark. Azrael will pick up the combo. No, you're totally right. These I mean, we should be looking at probably Soul Point here for the side of KSU if they had been quicker on the dragons. You know, all right, we're looking at 24, 25-minute Soul. Instead, we just pick up our second, and unfortunately for KSU, their Soul isn't looking too promising. It is a Cloud Soul as we get a really epic fight here between the Swaggy P and the enemy team Red Buff. I don't think Swaggy P is favored in this one, Paladino.
It's close. He's got to start hooking it. If he doesn't use hook, it's not going to go down. I thought maybe he was prepping this for someone else, but it looks like he just...
The challenger approaches. Oh, the bait! Was this a bait all along? Here comes the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, but nobody lands, and it will be... Come on, give it to Swaggy P. He worked so hard for it. Instead, Toast Roast will take it.
Yeah, don't forget, if you're a juggler watching now in solo queue, if your Nautilus or your support takes the enemy red buff to half HP, you should just give it to him. Be a nice guy.
That's the ultimate disrespect if all of a sudden Swaggy P comes out of the jungle with your red buff. I'm with you there. But it's things like that, right, Paladino, where you're like, hold on, even though this is an 11,000 gold lead, as we are going to see Patio going to jump on a Mad Mastiff, Exhaust going to go down, Teleport is coming in from Chow Dog. First kill picked up. Will the Kaisa find more? No, she'll just back off. But there is these plays that KSU is making that just kind of have you going, huh? Yeah. What are we doing here? And this is how they get back in if you're Colorado College.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think if more members are down there bot lane to punish, then it's certainly something to note that it could have been turned. But yeah, they're clearly showing that even though they have this lead, they're very, very risky in their decision making, and that's something that can be punished. And there's still opportunities for that. It just takes time, and you really need to start getting items on this Kindred. I think trying to get to 4 marks is going to be tough enough, and at this point, you just need items. Still waiting on a mythic item as we cross the 20-minute mark. It is so, so sad. Did get the Gromp, so hopefully that means an item in the inventory soon is going to try and just disengage is the side of KSU. But you need something. If you want to get Kindred to have even an opportunity to get these marks, you got to get items in the inventory. But KSU might not even give them the opportunity as they have their eyes on a 20-minute Baron.
There's no vision, so unfortunately there's no eyes for Colorado College. They're going to hear Baron go down and realize that this is now getting very unfortunate. 12,000 gold lead here for the side of KSU in game number 1. Toast Roast flashing forward, but a flash from Mad Mastiff, or a blink from Mad Mastiff, excuse me, going to get him out of range of that bandage toss. We'll see what they can do with this Baron buff for KSU. Will it be a push? Will it be a team fight to end and go through top? We'll have to find out, as right now they're looking at a 4-1 stack here as Gangplank's going to go bot side.
Yeah, they can do pretty much anything they want. I mean, I think that the Crab was picked up, so it would be a 3rd mark for Kiko buff, but we'll see how much of their base is still alive after this one as Cinnamon Swirl tries to make a play, flashing forward to try to get that Q3 heal, and now Kiko buff flashing away as well, but this Gangplank is just too strong. 7 kills now for Hazardous.
That felt like that last ditch. All right, we'll 2v1 him, and unfortunately Kiko didn't even get there in time to make it a 2v1, and now the rest of KSU is simply just going to maybe look for a siege in the mid lane, but nobody's attacking the tower. They want the tower dive instead. They're going to jump right on the Chow Dog. Tower will go down, but Swaggy P will fall. Curse of the Sad Mummy going to pick up 1 onto the Lulu. Mad Mastiff and Chow Dog are still alive as Aziel going to flash forward, get healed up. True Shot Barrage is going to miss. So a couple of, or at least 1 kill picked up, but the only member without a shutdown is who they've killed, and so that's not going to be any bonus gold for Colorado College.
Yeah, nothing yet. I mean, there's still one low health bar on the side of KSU on that Zoe. Patio X still full HP with this red buff and 3 levels ahead of Kiko buff. It's just so difficult to find anything. Even these incredibly aggressive plays that are resulting in some kills for Colorado, they're not the kills on the targets that they need. So just not able to recuperate any of that gold that's just standing on the map like we talked about a couple of times now. It's just so difficult. Thankfully, they've stopped a little bit of their siege, got a bit of time to relax. Won't lose an inhib turret or anything just yet, but still so much pressure from the side of KSU makes this one really difficult. They've got Soul Point coming up here in 20 seconds as well.
Zaciel still being very aggressive. Swaggy P hanging out as well. As you said, the dragon spawning here, only our third dragon of the game, and it is a Cloud Soul, so I'll see if KSU's dragon hesitation continues or if they'll just pick it up, because there's really nothing Colorado College could do at a dragon fight. They need to find picks around the map and get a great view. Thank you, production. We only have 3 marks on this Kindred at 23.5 minutes. One more mark and we're at the golden spot, but you usually don't shoot for 4 marks at 24 minutes kind of thing, Paladino. So that's, a small victory for Colorado College if Kiko even makes it there.
Yeah, you take the wins you can get. It's just so difficult. I mean, just too far behind at this point. There's still angles, like we said. They've shown that they want to play aggressive. They want to go for these tower dives. Potentially, maybe use of the Lamb's Respite or something along those lines can save a play and hopefully turn it on its head. But things have to go absolutely perfect for the side of Colorado for things to go that way. I mean, there's just times where there's certain characters of the game, if they don't have what they need at this point, it just makes the game so much more difficult. And you're certainly not picking Kindred or a champion like such to have the game result go like this. And this Lulu is dead. One shot, just one bubble, one kill, and now I think KSU might just go for the end.
Yeah, that pick might be what they need. We'll see. Lulu down for 26 seconds here. We'll see what they pick. At least it's going to be a mid inhibitor. Could potentially like to go bot side as well. Zaciel is very low. Kiko looking for that mark, but unfortunately not going to be able to find it. They do jump on Toes Road Hill. Zaciel very, very low, but the Cannon Barrage going to help pick up one on the backside. Cinnamon Squirtle's going to go down as well. Toast Roast picking up a double kill. It's all up to Mad Mastiff. The bandage toss in. Ooh. Patio Wax going to pick up one, and so is Hazardous, and that should be game. Luna is going to spawn, but I don't think there's much that this Lulu could do besides pad the KD. Gonna pop the Wild Growth to stay alive. Can they get a kill onto this, Zoe? Unfortunately not. And game 1 in a rout. Gonna go to KSU here in our Emergence division.
Yeah, very big win from them. Very dominant. 25 minutes and a gold lead bigger than I can count. It's just so well played from them. And I mean, I did join in a couple minutes late, so I didn't get to see exactly how the gold lead started, but they played so well. But I think if you're the side of Colorado, it's not a horrible sign, because you saw the way they played with a massive gold lead, very, very aggressive, going for plays that if the game's a little closer, that's not how the result is always going to be. So that's something that, at least for me, I'm keeping in my mind and looking forward to in other games, which is if they're going to play this aggressive, that's something that is punishable when you're not down 15,000 gold.
No, I think that's a great point. I think in game 2, Colorado College can say there's going to be kills on the map that we can find. And again, maybe if it's, and it's, of course, in hindsight, don't take the Kindred. Fell so far behind, Kiko couldn't do anything. But I think you're right. This is still an opportunity despite that blowout for Colorado College here. It's Emergent Pacific Frontier. We're going to take a break. Fish and Paladino will be back with game 2 of this showdown. See if Colorado College can figure things out right after this break.
For me is real and kinda suicide. She's not the same. She's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under attack. But yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there, I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they set for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they sent for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. You can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here. You push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here. You push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too.
Welcome back into our NECC game number 1. Fish and Palladino here, getting ready for game 2 of Colorado College Varsity taking on K-State Academy B here in our Emergence Pacific Frontier. Game 1 was all K-State. Palladino. It started out with a quick first blood and it snowballed from there as we take a look at the stats, and they tell the story. The gold lead out of this world. 1 tower, 5 kills. It was not a pretty game, especially for that Kindred in the jungle, only doing less than 6k damage. But there were some moments of optimism, and I don't think these stats show, Palladino, that I think Colorado College can easily come back in this series.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we talked about it a little bit after the end of game number 1, where we saw how aggressive that K-State was playing, and they could afford to do that with the lead that they had. But if that's the mindset that they're going to have going into game number 2, then it could be more easily punished. I think if you're not this far behind, it's a lot easier to take advantage of mistakes and aggressive plays like that when you aren't at such big of a deficit. I do think we talked about it a little bit after during the break. I think the Kindred pick is one that is always going to be a little bit more difficult to execute just because you're relying on outside factors. You're relying on those marks. You're relying on things to go well. It can be played well, and it can be played to a level where, you know, if things go right, if all the things are clicking, that champ is super, super strong. But it's two sides of the coin. It's either things go really, really well, you're really, really strong, or, you know, you have some unfortunate things in the early game. And because of the nature of Kindred, it's just so difficult to get back into this one. So I'd be a little bit surprised if we saw the Kindred coming back out into game at number 2. But I think most of the draft is okay. I think a lot of the stuff can be surmised to just falling behind a little bit too much early and then not able to find their footing to get back into this one. But I'm expecting, you know, to learn from what they saw in game 1 and come back into game 2 with a stronger performance.
Yeah, I think there are even some areas where if they want to run back the Kindred, I think it works. I think the one lane that really will maybe be interesting to me is that top side, because Again, Gangplank got first blood, was ahead the whole time. Aatrox was winning most of those exchange, keeping it close. I think fell for a couple of Orange's baits as well, but that is something where I think Cinnamon Swirl can kind of win that lane if they want to bring back the Kindred, or maybe even whatever jungler they pick. If they want to send that top lane, they can get Cinnamon Swirl ahead if it's a similar matchup of, where it's like, hey, maybe we get this Aatrox ahead or whoever he picks. So that is that one lane. I will think, we talked about it a lot. Azazriel is playing with fire. I really am worried that if that mid laner, if it's just going to fall on its face. He survived so many times at less than 10%, less than 15%. If a couple of those go the way of Colorado College, it's a whole new game. So I really want to see him play a little bit safer in that mid lane. Doesn't really look like it's style, so depending on what he picks, that could be a problem if he's just falling over and not getting away with a little bit of HP.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was more than one occasions where he lived because his support happened to buy Locket of the Iron Solari. So if that's the way things are going to be, it's certainly punishable when you're not at that big of a deficit. And I don't think they will. I think those are some things that can easily be prevented, and I imagine we'll see more of the same in game number 2. We'll have that one coming up shortly, as per usual, is drafted outside of the main client. So when we see the draft, it'll be a little bit different, but I can tell you, I won't spoil anything. We'll say picks already, but we've certainly got some interesting ones, and I'm sure we can talk about draft as we get into game 2 regardless. But some things that I found uncommon and interesting that I'm excited to see here in our second game.
Hey, when we started the stream, Orbital said he wanted to see silliness. He wanted to see chaos. Game 1 had that. Game 2 maybe shaping up to be that way as well, especially when you kind of pull back the curtain, as you said, and, I did some digging. You look at the OPGGs and like, okay, that pick makes sense. Okay, maybe we'll go with this direction this time. So as you said, Game 2 draft is done behind the scenes. Hopefully should be able to hop into the draft and break it all down here in just a little bit. But it's K-State currently leading here in our best of 3, 1-0 over Colorado College. A dominant win for the K-State Academy B team over Colorado College in Game 1. And here we go with the draft. We'll see exactly what is going to be picked away. And hey, maybe we get a Kindred again. We'll have to see, but I don't think so. Is that Gwen once again going to be banned away by Colorado College? A smart pick. I thought Hazardous was insane on the GP. Wouldn't even want to imagine him on the Gwen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Gwen is one of those characters that struggled a little bit after. I mean, when she was released, she was incredibly strong. Saw her picked everywhere, got some nerfs, and then kind of fell out of the meta, but has come back in as a counter pick and is now able to be picked in other situations as well. So I'm not surprised to see it taken off the table. But the Gangplank can be equally as scary as well. So we'll see if that one is back as an option here for K-State or not. Only time will tell. But we got some other bans coming in now as well. Jarvan taken off the board, as well as Caitlyn as the first ban for K-State.
Yeah, I think you bring up a great point is, what is going to be, if any, of the respect bans. And it looks like so far in Phase 1, Colorado College says, we'll handle all of it. We're not going to take away the Zoe. We're not going to take away the Gangplank. We're not going to take away the Amumu. We'll see what Cinnamon Swirl wants to do. He says, let's go for the salty run back. I think Hazardous will maybe call that. Yes, he will. So we'll get that again. And I will say, despite the dominance of this Gangplank, I think Cinnamon Swirl can win this if they actually start lane phase at 0-0 and not Hazardous 1-0 with an additional longsword like we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, anytime your lane opponent gets first blood, it's already going to be super difficult. And he had some moments that were super close, mechanically playing well in the 1v1, even like we talked about with that dive we saw in game number 1, coming out with a 1-for-1 as well. Certainly something that can be played around and look a little bit cleaner. But Toast Roast just going to opt for the Amumu once again. Kiko Buff, no more Kindred here in game number 2, opting for the Wukong. Chowdog will run it back with the Orianna, however, but we saw this one banned in game number 1. It's Azazriel's Yasuo there in the mid lane.
Yeah, Azrael, again, this fits the play style we saw from him, but if this Yasuo falls early on, it's going to be a problem. You also can kind of see why the Yasuo was ended up picked, as the Zoe was banned away in that second phase. Again, they are drafting outside, so that's why sometimes the bans don't always line up with the order they're being picked in. But I like the Yasuo. Again, for a very confident player, it's something to keep an eye on. The one thing, though, pals, is he going to have any help, right? There's no knockbacks in that first phase. There's not really any carry with the knockback, so depending on what Swaggy P picks, this might be Yasuo that's all alone as we get a very, very spicy lock from Mad Mastiff here on the Samira.
Yeah, picking the Samira, the support one, like we said, we saw this draft a little bit earlier, so we already saw this one picked up. The bot lane was picked up, B2, B3. Braum picked up on B2, matched with the Samira on B3. Patio Wax, again, with the Kaisa. If it ain't broke, they haven't changed a whole lot here from game number 1's composition. It'll instead be Swaggy P on the Leona. Instead, this one was picked on R3 to respond to the Samira Braum. So we will know that, at least for the side of K-State, that Azazriel is on the Yasuo. It definitely fits the playstyle like you mentioned, but his ult is completely on him. He doesn't have the benefit of something like an Ornn or an Alistar, or just, anything else in the jungle potentially, or all across Summoner's Rift with a knockup. It's all on him. He does have the benefit of lots of CC, lots of lockdown from Toastros and Swaggy P, so he can stack up the Q, get to Q3, and throw the tornado. But still, it is his responsibility. He doesn't have, a lot of the times when we see Yasuo picked in competitive, a very easy job of finding those knockups. But it will be an interesting one. I know you and I already talked about it a little bit. The Samira Braum is not something that we see often, not something that I'm totally sold on personally, but I'm more than happy to be proved wrong.
Yeah, I think there's some synergy here. As we do see, we've got a full invade on that top side of the map. You can see the red health bars chasing down in the jungle. Cinnamon Swirl trying to get away, and he will. So this time, no first blood for the side of KSU, trying to change it up, but Cinnamon Swirl was ready. There's definitely some things that look attractive on paper, Paladino, about this Samir, like you said, that we talked about. You partner with the Wukong ult, you have the Cyclone, you partner maybe with a Shockwave, you have some CC there, but as you mentioned during the draft, as we were watching it, they allowed the Leona to get through. That's an easy counter. You have so much CC, so I'm very curious how Mad Mastiff will play it. We didn't really see him much in game 1. The Ezreal just kind of existed, got behind Patio Wax, and the Kaisa just won every 1v1. I'm really curious how the Samir is going to go here in game 2 for Mad Mastiff.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to balance. I sort of understand the thought process. You can probably imagine that once that Kaisa is locked in, it was picked up before the Samira and the Braum were locked in for the side of Colorado, that they are going to go some engaged support, something like the Nautilus, something like the Leona. And Braum is traditionally a counter to those picks, but just doesn't synergize super well with the Samira. But again, I think there is some potential for, like you said, Samira loves having CC on her team. You talked about the Wukong with the Cyclone. Of course, Shockwave as well can be of some help. And of course, Mad Mastiff is giving himself as many opportunities as he can with the Cleanse. Cleanse almost a necessity into something like a Leona. You'll see most Samira players take Cleanse every single game for mostly no other reason other than the Summoner spell you see with Patio Wax with the Exhaust. But there's so much CC on the side of KSU. You can only cleanse one of them. You'll get the benefit of some bonus tenacity after cleansing the first thing, but still, Samira really struggles into a lot of CC. So executing is something that is of top priority here in game number 2 for Mad Mastiff. But if a Samira lane can get snowballing, it can really change the tides of a game.
Yeah, it feels like we're having a very similar conversation in a sense, Paladino, that we had in game 1, right? If the Kindred can get going, this could be a problem. So this time, of course, Mad Master doesn't have to worry about RNG or stacking or anything like that. Meanwhile, Kiko Buff trying to get revenge, going to jump onto Hazardous right away. Cinnamon Swirl is on the other side of his tower, so Hazardous says, I'm going to take you down with me, and he picks up First Blood, goes down himself. But that is a huge turn for Hazardous to say, I'm not going to run away. You're coming to the grave with me, Kiko.
Yeah, 3 flashes burned in that gank in a 1-for-1, but the First Blood gold going over to Hazardous once again, except this time the First Blood was after minions had spawned, so he dies with 11 creeps and 400 gold from the kill. So he comes back to lane with a Sheen at level 3. This is so difficult now for Aatrox. A lot of people, a lot of champs that want to build the Sheen want AD on top of it, but if you're Gangplank, just the Sheen alone is plenty. So not what you're hoping for if you're Cinnamon Swirl, but you do get one back, and now as Israel just falls. Dead. Solo kill.
We talked about this, right? The playstyle on the Zoe was so aggressive. He hung around in mid lane way too long on that Yasuo, and he goes down. Meanwhile, we're going to get jungle gank simultaneously. Looks like Kiko Buff's going to be the first one to go in. His, unfortunately, will not get much farther than peeking around the corner. And Toast Rose will answer with hanging out in a bush and starting to channel his back here. So both junglers failing for early ganks. We're right kind of back where we started, and this is exactly how game 1 went. Hazardous with the early First Blood, Kiko falling behind. Meanwhile, Hazardous now has to be careful, going to pop the oranges. Toast Roast finally reveals himself. The bandage toss is not in time, and Kiko's still hanging around, clearing out some wards, but both junglers not finding much success here.
Yeah, not anything just yet. Of course, Kiko Buff helps out a little bit, gets a kill of his own in the top lane gank, like we talked about, giving the money for Sheen over to Hazardous, and almost a solo kill. And now, as Israel potentially in trouble again, but just uses that Yasuo E to get himself out to safety. But yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, both junglers not finding a ton just yet. Of course, the 1-for-1, not what you're hoping for when you develop your resources into an early gank. But hopefully, things will continue turning. We're still even here in this one, pretty much dead even, with just 1 kill ahead here on the side of Colorado. And some good trading from Cinnamon Swirl up here in the top lane. And that is the benefit of Toast Roast hanging around so long. If you're the side of Colorado, is he did soak quite a bit of XP away from Hazardous. So Cinnamon Swirl will have just a small XP, at least here, for the next couple of minutes. We'll see how things change, or if they do. But this one a lot closer than when I jumped in game number 1. So certainly exciting to see. Both these junglers really want to hit that level 6 mark. Makes their lives a lot easier when they come in for these ganks. But looks like this first at least be attempted to be grabbed up here by Colorado, but they will be spotted on vision.
And we talked about little things that Colorado College can do after seeing game 1, and I think this is one of them. Right? We talked about KSU, despite a massive gold lead, was very laggy in picking up those dragons, taking to I think the 10-minute mark, despite having a 6,000 gold lead. So great job popping up, picking up that first dragon. It's just a Cloud Drake, but hey, anything helps early on for Colorado College. Just means it's not a Cloud Soul, which they're, of course, happy about. So I like these small adaptations, Paladino. They're starting to improve a lot from what we saw in game number 1. I will say, the one thing that we talked about that we haven't seen, I want to see Kiko go top. Cinnamon Swirl is winning these trades consistently, despite being down in gold again. I think Kiko, if he goes back top, might actually be able to secure a kill this time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think putting your focus into the Gangplank lane is never a bad idea. That champion just scales so well with items. I talked about a little bit in game number 1 when the Kaisa was super fed, but the 80 carry item changes honestly helped out Gangplank as well. Being able to get that crit item, either IE or now it's Navori, for this GP as his second item is really beneficial. So if you can snowball a Gangplank, it's never going to hurt. We'll see where they decide to put their efforts now, as level 6 is picked up for almost every solo laner, with the exception of Hazardous. Cinnamon Swirl losing a bit of HP here now, but both junglers topside. We'll see if we get anything spicy up here over this crab, but I think this big wave is on the mind of Cinnamon Swirl, but he is pretty low. Ignite is up, as is Flash for Hazardous. Thought we might see a play, but not going to find anything just yet.
Kiko did steal that River Scuttle away from Toast Rose. That was about all the action we had in this top side. Toast still hanging around, but not level 6. Does not have that Curse of the Sad Mummies, so a tower dive might be a little bit too risky. So everything will settle down. As though you look across the map, you can start to see these little pockets where KSU is building this lead, this mid lane CS, this bottom lane CS, heavily favoring the side of KSU. Of course, now in the mid lane, Chowdog does have the kill, helps even up the gold a little bit, but those are those things you've got to keep an eye on, Paladino, because we're not going to see a massive snowball this time, but it's going to be the CS, the micro play. And here comes Kiko, top side of the map, by the way. He wants a kill onto Hazardous. Cinnamon Swirl is very low. Whirlwind are going to be popped. Cyclone as well. Cannon Barrage going to be used. Hazardous trying to go 1-for-1 again. This time he will be denied. The Triumph Healing barely saves Cinnamon Swirl, and they kill the Gangplank topside.
The Triumph is certainly living up to its name for Cinnamon Swirl, keeping him alive through the Ignite. They get a kill, this time not a 1-for-1, exactly what you're hoping for if you're Colorado. And one important thing I wanted to note out that I kind of just noticed here in the last few minutes, if you take a look at the summoner spells on both these teams, we saw last game, big leads in pretty much every solo lane, allowed them to play aggressive and had complete control over these objectives. But Cinnamon Swirl could be in some trouble. Toast Roast just going to flash forward, finds the kill, but now the Amumu, no flash, but that'll be the end of that one up there in the top side river. No teleports on the side of KSU, both solo laners running Ignite. So if this game is even a little bit more even than we saw in game number 1 and objectives are contested, then you can almost guarantee that Colorado will always have numbers if the side of KSU doesn't immediately come together as 5 for every single contested objective. because they have that teleport advantage. Just something that is important to note. If you're not able to snowball with these ignites in the solo lane, it feels really, really bad when you get to mid to late game.
No, I'm with you. I think the teleport choice is something interesting. Of course, the Gangplank, he can be there in spirit, right? He can cannon barrage, I'd say, most of the objectives. So the Yasuo, I think, will be the bigger one if Azazriel is going to be following his team around. We did see a Rift Herald started, but it will be leashed and quickly reset. But these are the other thing. I mean, look, Patio Wax 0-0. Mad Mastiff doing a great job on this Samira, holding down the fort, not losing nearly as many plates. We do see a roam coming out here from this KSU bot lane. They're going to run right into this Braum and look to pick up the first kill for Patio Wax. Braum all alone, going to flash over the wall. And Mad Mastiff is there to give him a jump to safety. A nice play from KSU, but Luna able to survive.
Yeah, blowing out the summoner spell feels pretty good. Braum, not one who's going to make aggressive plays with his flash, so but you do know it's potentially a target you could look on. It is always going to be difficult to kill a Braum with that unbreakable shield and all of the amount of peel that he has with his ultimate now hitting level 6 as well. But anything you can find is always going to be helpful. They've already found a bit of a CS lead. It's evened out a lot more than we saw originally, at least here in the bottom lane. That mid lane CS is still quite big for Azazriel into Chowdog. Kiko Buff does not know he's on a ward, so that one will be spotted out right away. But the second Drake has spawned, and you can see Colorado immediately turn their eyes for this Hextech Drake.
It's, again, a great job by Colorado. When they're not trailing by thousands of gold, they're able to take these objectives. Again, as you said, no teleports available to even get close to maybe a tower here. If you're hazardous, the cannon barrage is going to be called in, though. They want to use the cyclone, going to be popped to the backline. Chowdog picks up one. Mad Mastiff with the Infernal Trigger as well. Azaziel cannot take down Chowdog. The shield from the Ignite going to be just enough, and it's a 3-4-0 bot side around Dragon for Colorado College.
Yeah, things looked okay at first. Swaggy P hit a huge ult on the two carries of Chowdog and Mad Mastiff, but Mad Mastiff instantly uses the cleanse, and then Kiko Buff immediately turns, hits that 4-man Cyclone with that very first use of it, and just immediately Colorado gets the team fight win, and now they've got themselves a decent-sized lead, 1.3k, and now they're going to look for Patio Wax.
See, Patio Wax going to make a play here. He cannot. He will go down to the 80 carry, though. Kiko is very low. You can see the pings going out, but there's unfortunately no one in range to respond. Toast is there, going to throw a great bandage toss and a Curse of the Sad Mummy onto Mad Mastiff, and he is going to be shut down by the tower plating, but that is still a nice 450 gold bounty for Toast Rose, who in that dragon fight did not get a chance to Curse of the Sad Mummy, so that tankiness will help his hazardous Cinnamon Swirl. We've seen this story before, and we'll see if Cinnamon Swirl can finally pick up a win in that 1v1 as Gangplank runs away.
Yeah, I mean, down there in the bot lane, it's either just potentially a lack of foresight or maybe just not really respecting that someone could walk down bot lane. We saw Mad Mastiff. He used his E on the wave past the enemy turret trying to clear out that wave. He was already so low, and once Amumu lands that bandage toss, no cleanse available for this Samira means that shutdown immediately going over to the Amumu. But still, in a good spot is Colorado. We see this gold lead is really ballooned now, and they're in a good spot. Much better than where they were at this time here in game number 1.
Really showing that if they can keep this game even, early at least, they have a great shot. And yeah, because I mean, as we talked about, you've hazardous, not scaling nearly as hard, only level 9 with just that 1 kill to his name. Unfortunately, Patio Wax still hasn't even found a single kill this game, neither is Azazriel as well, 0-2 on that Yasuo. But there are some shutdowns. Kiko maybe going to be some gold they're looking to find here. But what do you do if you're KSU? You dominated game 1, Paladino. Now you're kind of struggling a little bit here. How do you kind of close this gold gap? It did look like we had a bug. It looks like it's only about 1,500. I saw it with you. It was about 4K. So
yeah.
You're not down by as much. But what do you do if you're K-State? Because that last team fight was a disaster.
I think it depends. I think you can try and look on to Mad Mastiff, who now lacks the cleanse, but the Samira does still have flash. They're going to potentially look for Kiko Buff now. Remember, the second bandage toss is coming out, but no access to the Curse of the Sad Mummy means the CC is gone. Smite will slow, though.
Cannon Barrage going to come out as well, but they turn on him. Hazardous trying to take one with him again, and he will get that massive shutdown. Great use of the stopwatches. Azrael's coming over. But unfortunately, World Ender plus Q2 from Cinnamon Swirl is going to be the death of that Gangplank. It's a double kill for the Aatrox, but they find the shutdown, so overall, pretty even trade, I'd say, in a 2-for-1, but a shutdown on the side of KSU.
Yeah, I think that's what you play for, is try to get these shutdowns with the amount of CC that your team comp has opted into with this Leona, with the Amumu, and they do just that. It's really unlucky if your Kiko buff just not able to get a reset off before that pick. I think if he has Divine Sunderer and gets some more of that healing, there's a chance he does not fall there, but not able to get that on map beforehand. He does have it now, so that is one of those big power spikes for the Wukong, especially level 9 now as well. Full points into that queue. He's going to be really, really strong into pretty much everyone on the side of KSU. I think that's what you hope for. You try to get a full CC chain onto any of the carries, even the Wukong, pretty much anyone but the Braum. Whoever you can get onto first is who you can try and kill. We'll see what they're able to do and how they're able to execute, but they're already at a disadvantage, not only with the gold lead in favor of Colorado, but Colorado, like we've mentioned, doing a fantastic job of grabbing those first 2 Drakes really, really early, nearly off spawn for both. So they're already 1 Drake away from Soul Point, and with an Ocean Soul, that's one of the more stronger ones that you can point out, and they're certainly in a good position to play for it as well with this gold lead.
Yeah, I fully expect Colorado College going to hop on this Ocean Soul immediately, try and put themselves on Soul Point as Hazard is trying to jump onto Cinnamon Swirl. They're both level 11. Gangplank has a huge health lead, but a massive amount of damage, plus the Infernal Chains means it's a kill for Cinnamon Swirl, a huge turnaround topside, and the run back for Aatrox proving to be a huge different melee. Meanwhile, Cyclone going to go out here onto Swaggy P and Patty Rax. Toastro's going to hop right in.
Watch
Chris
the
Mummy
Samira.
going to be used. Cyclone 2 used again. There's the Infernal Trickle from Mad Mastiff, and it's all over for KSU. It's an ace across the map. And they are just dominating right now.
Yeah, I mean, I thought maybe it could have been okay because it took Mad Mastiff a little bit to find his way in there, but once that Samira stacks up to that S+, that fight is all but over. Just not enough damage coming out from KSU and way too much coming out from Kiko Buff and Mad Mastiff. They win that fight easily in the 4v4, and the solo kill top lane doesn't hurt as well. 15-minute ace, never complain about that.
And now this is kind of where you have to look for KSU. And what do you do, Paladino? I mean, that's the second time you've been absolutely blitzed around Dragon. This time you lost everybody. These team fights aren't going their way. I mean, as you pointed out, there's no teleport, but that was just a pure 4v4. Now, yes, you didn't have the cannon barrage, but even with the Amumu ult, they're just not killing Mad Mastiff fast enough. He is just destroying the team right now in this Samira. The spicy pick's paying off. So what do you do if you're KSU to shut this Mad Mastiff pick down?
I don't know exactly if they're going to be able to. I mean, I think, funny enough, what I recommended and what I thought would be the plan of action for Colorado in Game 1 is sort of what I would recommend and hope for if you're KSU, is hope you can play around a mistake. I mean, you're down quite a bit now at this point that it's really, really difficult to make your way in and find a pick. I think any 5v5, 4v4 is almost certainly not going to go your way, so you need to really play around these advantages of mistakes. There's always that potential. Samira is an AD carry who wants to play very, very aggressive, and Cinnamon Swirl playing too aggressive potentially now could be a pick on the Aatrox.
World Ender does get popped. Second Spanish toss is going to be used. Hazard is trying to chase with the barrels, but Aatrox going to get away. Never mind, gets cripped by a barrel. Turned around too soon. And it will be a shutdown here for Hazardous, who barely squeaks out with the oranges. Oh, that was almost a disaster. And they should be able to get a bounty here as well. So a couple of pieces of gold going back, but they did lose their mid tower. So a small victory for KSU at that.
Yeah, I mean, and you can take what you can get when you're down at this point. 14-5 is just the kill lead here for Colorado. So you grab a shutdown onto the Aatrox and an objective bounty with that first tower falling for KSU. It's good. I think one of the big differences in the similarities, like I talked about, between what these teams need to do to get themselves back into it between Game 1 and Game 2. But first, as Israel could be in trouble.
Gonna flash away, so they'll take the flash off the Yasuo, and they'll take that for themselves here.
I can't complain. One of the things that I think I mentioned in game number 1 that Colorado had a problem with when they were down so big is they didn't have a way to lock anybody down. That is not the same for KSU. They have Leona and they have Amumu. The CC chain is absolutely there. It's just a matter of having enough damage and being able to get that combo off fast enough to grab themselves a kill. We're seeing items starting to finish across the map. It is 2 items on the gangplank, so those barrels will absolutely hurt. Blade of the Rune King picked up for Zazriel's Yasuo. That's always a big spike as well. Hopefully able to get to that shield bow spike soon enough too. That one will really be impactful. Kraken Slayer on to Patio Wax. Gives him the Q evolve, so a lot more damage going to be coming out of this Kaisa, but you really have to hope that you can land a perfect CC chain on someone with a bounty. Right now, that would be Kiko Buff, who just hit level 11 on this Wukong, or Chowdog's Orianna. Wouldn't be bad to get it onto the Samira either, now spiking that Infinity Edge. If the Samira is not killed right away and is able to stack up S+ without getting chain CC'd, that's going to be a lot of damage coming from Mad Mastiff.
As you pointed out, the cleanse is available, so it's going to have to be the CC layer. As you said, you're going to have to probably start with the Curse of the Sad Bubby, or maybe the Leona ult, force him to cleanse, then hop back onto him again, see if you can burn him down from there. But he has been really well at managing his position, manages these cleanse timings, and we'll see the Baron is up. The Ocean Dragon, I think Colorado College is really craving, is up in a minute, and I think that's our next fight window. It's a 4K gold lead for Colorado College, so KSU has really have to plan and optimize around this next fight at Dragon. They're 0 for 2, Paladino. This time, though, they're going to be walking right into a trap. There's going to be no vision for KSU outside really that one ward that a bunch of members of Colorado College walked over. This is going to be a very tough engage, and as you pointed out, there's no TP on Gangplank. They're maybe going to get a cannon barrage from Hazardous unless he starts coming down. It looks like with the back, that's the plan.
Yeah, he'll walk down now, and it's decent timing, a little bit later than I would have liked. Patio Wax immediately forced to flash. Toast Roast finds 1 Q in, but immediately walks on out. I mean, that ward did spot out the potential death bush that Colorado was setting up, but it's really hard for KSU to find an angle in. Maybe they can try something with the Leona, but they all have to come in together, and that's exactly what they want. I mean, the Braum is going to do so well in choke points. Orianna has so much zone control with the ball as well, but it looks like we're going to see a fight regardless.
Great job here by Cinnamon Swirl being the front line. Hazard's coming in from the other side. Leona ult is going to miss. Toast Roast look for a huge Curse of the Sad Mummy. Meanwhile, the Cyclone's there as Azrael's going to pick up 1, but Patio Wax will go down. Toast Roast going to be the next one to fall. Here's the Infernal Trigger, and Mad Mastiff is just unstoppable. It's a triple kill, but there's still that Gangplank lurking. But it looks like Hazardous is just simply going to protect himself and walk away, get a little bit of healing with the oranges. If he can get a barrel chain, he can knock out these health bars. But it looks like he's not going to find anything. So 3-0 with the Dragon fight for Colorado College, and they claim the Ocean Soul here at 22 minutes.
It was a valiant effort. We saw the Leona ult come down, the Curse of the Sad Mummy landing on quite a few as well. They take out Cinnamon Swirl really, really quickly. And Mad Mastiff lost quite a bit of HP to some barrels from Hazardous as well, but he does not fall. I don't even think his shield bow procced. And because of that, he's able to get in, gets the S+ rank, immediately gets a triple kill, and it's just so difficult. There's too many threats on the side of Colorado. That's one of the problems if you're KSU, is this Wukong is really, really strong. You could make an argument for wanting to chain CC and just try and blow him up. Same with Cinnamon Swirl. Same with Mad Mastiff, especially after that triple kill. Will have quite a bit of gold in base when he does get his next reset. So, I mean, it's difficult, but these barrel chains are really starting to hurt, especially now at 2.5 items for Hazardous. When you get one more or some more crit down, any crit could be difficult. And now Swaggy P kind of on a solo mission.
So the solar flare went off. It didn't get a stun, just got the slow, and for some reason Swaggy just went over the wall. He does survive. But now he's got to be very careful as he's low HP. Cinnamon Swirl looking for an Infernal Chains here. Going to line up the Q3. Infernal Chains will go out and pull Toast Roast back in, plus the Q3. That is a dead Amumu, and that is Baron for Colorado College. No jungler on the map. This should be a free objective for the team in blue here, looking to even up this series.
Yeah, it took the words right out of my mouth. Was so close. Toast Roast nearly breaks away from the chains of Cinnamon Swirl, just not quite able to. There's always a chance the Hazardous can apply some damage here with these barrels, but Cinnamon Swirl is just on Gangplank duty. He'll ward him away, and now potentially look for some damage of his own. Hazardous might just fall.
Yep, Chowdog picks up the snipe, and now with 2 down, though Toast Roast spawning soon, Kiko Buff wants to go in here on his Azrael. We'll have to turn around with that tower looming But there should at least be a mid tower, even with just this one minion alive. You can see how hard they're chunking it. And now with a 2-3 split, they're looking to crack this base of KSU and blow this game wide open as Colorado College.
Yeah, I mean, and we're already there. Just so much damage coming out from them now, and such great work. I think one of the important things to note that I'm really impressed with for Colorado, especially after losing in such, dominant fashion from KSU, is their work to not only give themselves early leads, but do really, really well with these early objectives. I want to say they got all of them so far. I don't think a single Herald went over to the side of KSU, so both Heralds, all 4 Drakes, pretty much right off spawn, and doing really great work with this Baron buff as well. They grab the mid inhibitor. The wave is pretty good top lane, so could reasonably continue their siege there. We'll see what they opt to do, as they'll at least hang around for this wave, but inhibitor turret is quite healthy, will be difficult. That is one of the negatives of the Colorado composition. Their siege is not super good. Samira not a character who is going to do incredibly well in Baron sieges, so instead they'll just back on away and get some more of their gold on the map.
Yeah, that was something, a criticism we had of KSU. Paladino, as you pointed out, the objectives were very hit or miss. And as you said, I think 7-0 on objectives here for Colorado College in game number 2. You've got Elder Dragon spawning in 2.5 minutes. That, unless something goes crazy, is pretty much all Colorado College is here with this massive gold lead. I'm really kind of struggling because it looks like the problem here for KSU is there's too many moving pieces in this combo that we keep trying to hype them up. The solar flares aren't landing. I want to say in that last dragon fight, Mad Massive didn't even have to use his cleanse because the Curse of the Sad Mummy was just trying to hit as many targets as possible. As much CC as KSU has, it's just so hard to land on the right target, which is Mad Mastiff. There's not a question anymore. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that in consistent fights to sort of, one, stop the bleeding and then turn this game around.
Yeah, and I think part of that, not exactly landing all of the things that you need to land, the solar flares going a little bit wide, and if Toastros isn't able to land a Curse of the Sad Mummy onto Mad Mastiff, it makes things difficult. But along with that, I mean, they're just playing so well on the side of Colorado. They're not allowing opportunities to get themselves picked off. They've done well around these objectives, especially to stay grouped up, not allow themselves to be singled out by someone like the Gangplank, by Azazriel's Yasuo either. They're just keeping themselves clumped up in a way that does not allow them to all 5 get hit by the CC chain. If someone blows up quickly, like we saw Cinnamon Swirl do in that last dragon fight, they're still able to have Mad Mastiff or Chow Dog come in and apply enough damage to make sure it's a team fight win. And now Mad Mastiff on 3 items. BF Sword, the Bloodthirster with the Infinity Edge, so strong. The Samira has lots of innate healing, so if you're not able to blow him up immediately, he's just going to sustain it all back up, especially with his Ocean Soul.
Hey, at least I guess the good news is, Paladino, now those 2 ignites we were talking about early in the game might come in handy for Haz. They're planning all along. If we let the Samira get fed, we have the counter. Right now, they're just trying to keep their base alive. Not a whole lot of oomph from Colorado College, but I think they know Elder's up in 30 seconds. Really, the only way they let KSU back in this game is if they throw this Elder, so they're just going to 5-man death ball it right on down. And outside of a miracle Toast Roast steal, I don't see any way that KSU survives much longer than Elder Soul being handed over to Colorado College.
Yeah, and I don't even think Toast Roast is going to get an opportunity to go for a steal. Maybe he can find his way in. I think more realistically, it's going to be a hazardous ultimate steal. Really, I mean, I don't know if this Amumu is going to be able to find his way in, but they're starting to walk it now. Kikobov looking for an angle, already used a clone on top of quite a few, has an ult on the 1.
We do see Azazriel on the back line, got a massive 3-man Yasuo ult. He's on Chow Dog. Toast Roast going to go down. There's the Infernal Trigger for Mad Mastiff. It's only on to 1, but it's Sin and Swirl and Kiko Buff on the backside. And I mean, that was probably about as good as a team fight KSU's ever going to get you at Azazriel with a fantastic ult onto the 3 backline members. Didn't even do enough damage. The teleports come out. That's GG. We're going to game 3, Paladino, on the back of a massive turnaround from Colorado College.
Yeah, fantastic work. Just from them. I like the call as well. They know, hey, we just killed their whole team. We do not need Elder buff. Let's just go end the game instead. And this one takes a little bit longer than game number 1, but almost equally as dominant from Colorado this time as they grab a big win. Final kill count 25-7. So we saw a big win on the opposite side in game 1, and now Colorado flips it on its head and they do the exact same back to KSU in game 2.
I think the one big difference, at least for me, Paladino, maybe I'm totally off base. it never felt like KSU had a chance in that game, right? It felt like at times in game one, Colorado College, they'd get Azazriel low. They'd get somebody low. There'd be a missed tower dive. That game felt to me like a more complete win and maybe a little bit more predictive of what we see in game three. Now, KSU can turn it around easily, but that was at least my thought of that game, is that looked like the Colorado College that really showed up, where KSU in game one maybe just kind of snowballed off some lucky kills.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, one of the things I want to see from KSU as we prepare for game three, we talked about how they could have gotten back into game number 2 with the Wombo combo from the Amumu, from the Leona, but that Wombo combo did not include the Yasuo. He has no way to get in. He has no easy way. Typically, when you see a Wombo combo comp with the Yasuo in the mid lane, you're going to have a Gragas, you're going to have an Alistar, something to get him in, but he doesn't have any way to do that. So even when they are behind, if the CC chain is perfect, he still has to stack the Q himself. It's taking too long for him to get involved. So I imagine if they decide to go back to the Yasuo, we'll see some sort of adaptation in draft. But regardless, we are going to game 3. We've now seen 2 stomps, one from each side. So game 3 should be a good one.
Yeah, game 3 should be fantastic. We'll take a quick break when we come back. As Palladino said, Colorado College, K-State, Academy B. Who's going to take it home? Game 3 is on the table, and it's coming up right after this.
message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven is not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven is not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, and before too long I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it, oh, I can't stop the rush. Every note I touch, I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
Welcome back in here to the NECC. It is week 4 of League of Legends. We've got a game 3 on our hands here in the Emergence Pacific Frontier. Colorado College Varsity, K-State University Academy B, Fish, Paladino. We're all here. We're ready to go. Paladino, this is kind of one of these weird game 3 series where both games have been a stomp. There's really not a lean. There haven't been a close game. We take a look at the stats. 25-7. I think the first game was 25-5 in favor of KSU. So I don't really know who has the advantage because we've never seen an even game. It's just kind of been one team stomping out the other one.
Yeah, it's been weird. I mean, KSU at the very least had a couple times in game number 2 where they had a little bit of gold lead, but yeah, you can tell just by the end of the graphs there on the right side of your screen. It was an absolute stomp from Colorado, and it was the same for KSU in game 1. So it's hard to have an inclination of how things are going to go for game 3, just because it's really been whichever team gets an early snowball, gets especially that early first team fight win, is just going to keep on going and take the win overall. I'm interested to see how these teams play out. We saw Colorado put a big focus, not only, of course, on snowballing their lead, but playing really well around those objectives. You can see, all 4 Drakes taken by them. Didn't have to take an Elder. They took the only Baron that was taken. They grabbed both Rift Heralds for themselves as well. I think that's a big focus that KSU needs to put on. They need to put a lot more, just be more mindful of these objectives. Dragons got buffed months and months ago at this point, and they're still so incredibly strong. If you can get Soul, or at least threaten getting to Soul, it puts a lot more value on your team comp, even if you are a little bit behind. So I would not be surprised if both these teams try to grab these early Drakes more often.
Yeah, I think a big kind of telling sign with how these Drakes are going to go is how this bot lane's going to go, right? We saw Mad Mastiff absolutely pop up on the Samira in game 2. Don't know if the Samira is going to make it through into game 3. I'd have to say probably not, because it does look like if there's a player that K-State is afraid of, it is Mad Mastiff. I mean, Caitlyn has been banned away every single game, so they're already giving him at least one ban. So curious to see what he'll pick up. And I think the other thing, I mean, I know that damage graph kind of lied a little bit because it looked like the game clink was absolutely popping off. That was not the case. Cinnamon Swirl was dominating that matchup. I'm curious what happens top lane. I think Cinnamon Swirl is just going to lock Aatrox as long as he's allowed. I think Hazard just has to find something that isn't Gangplank, because he got body top lane. Even though he was doing a lot of damage, it was never adding up to kills. I'm very curious how they kind of help support Hazard to that top lane, because he needs help against Cinnamon Swirl. Otherwise, that Aatrox could snowball out of control again.
Yeah, he either needs help via jungle pressure or just a difference in matchup. I mean, we saw things go better for him in game number 1, but his whole team was winning in game number 1. And of course, he got that first blood, like we mentioned. Grabbing the longsword before minion spawned is always going to help. And things looked okay initially, too. In game number 2, we saw the early gank come out from Colorado, and it was a 1-for-1, so it gave Gangplank a Sheen. Came back level 3 with a Sheen. Very, very strong, but still was getting solo killed, was really struggling into the Aatrox. I mean, like you mentioned, he did do a lot of damage. It's kind of the nature of Gangplank if you can land barrels and you have the global ultimate as well. So all of those things are going to be slightly inflated, but we'll see if that's what we see again in game number 3. We do have the draft already done outside of the client. We'll be getting the draft inside client here very, very soon. Won't want to spoil anything just yet. We do see some similar picks we've seen in the past, but some things switching up both in ban and pick phase. So I'm interested to see how this one plays out. Truth be told, I'm hoping for one that's a little bit more competitive. We saw game 1 stomp, game 2 stomp. I would like, a little bit more drama potentially, but game 3 is usually drama enough. So we'll see how this one goes.
It feels like anytime you have a series like this, right, where game 1's a stomp, game 2's a stomp the other way, it always feels like game 3, everything kind of evens out. I'm right there with you. I'm hoping for that big showdown. But that's interesting because both teams aren't going to be very familiar with that. It's kind of like, hey, we win a 9-minute, 10-minute team fight at Dragon, and we just kind of snowball from there. So, again, something to look forward to in this game 3 here. As Paladino said, draft is done, so we should be hopping in very soon here. I think there's a lot of big question marks on the table, and we will hop in. I think, of course, the Samira, how's it going to be handled? The Gangplank, how's it going to be handled? What's Azrael going to do in the mid? That Yasuo, as we talked about kind of between games, was very flat, and I don't know if it was all his fault. He had no help, but we started, and we always have Colorado College on the blue side with the Gwen ban, answered by the Caitlyn ban. I guess nothing's changed from our first 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, I don't totally blame him. Sometimes games don't necessarily have to be decided by the draft. Execution plays a large part of it. So, we'll see, of course, similar bans, Gwen taken off the table, as well as the Jarvan. So we'll see if anything will switch up here. Caitlyn will be taken away first by KSU. They will grab the Samira off the board. Not a bad decision. I talked about it right at the very beginning of game 2. I don't love initially the idea of the combination of Samira with a Braum, but they made it work, and that Samira was absolutely huge in those team fights. Not at all surprised to see it banned away here first rotation.
Same 3 bans as we saw in game 2 for Colorado College. They say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. A third 80 carry ban over at Mad Mastiff. You can clearly see who KSU wants to target, but our first pick, it's all the same. It's Cinnamon Swirl on that Aatrox. What will be the answer, though? I don't think Gangplank is it. What does Hazardif have in his tool bag? Because if it's Gangplank, Aatrox, Colorado College has the favor. He'll go Fiora instead. A little bit better matchup for him.
Yeah, Fiora is the one that is highly touted as a big counter pick into the Aatrox. And we saw the Aatrox prevalency at Worlds this most recent, just a few months ago at Worlds. That is the pick. If you can pilot the Fiora, it is a fantastic counter pick, but it is all reliant on the riposte. If you can time it well and land those stuns onto the Aatrox, it makes the matchup really, really easy just because his CC is very telegraphed. But it's hard to execute. It's not super easy. So we'll see if Hazardous is able to get the job done. It is going to be Kiko Buff on the Wukong once more. Had a fantastic game number 2. Orianna again for Chow Dog. So same solo lanes here for Colorado. And then Amumu once again picked up for Toast Roast. He decides to stick with the same, but not the same story for Azazriel as he grabs his 3rd different champ in 3 games, opting for the Vex this time around.
I'm curious how the Vex is going to go for Azazriel. It doesn't really seem like it fits the style of champion he wanted to play. There were moments on that Zoe in game 1 where when everything missed, he just kind of sat there. And as a cooldown champion that Vex is, if everything misses, you're going to have a problem. So I'm curious to see how that goes. We do get the Xayah picked up there for Patio Wax, so maybe he'll be able to turn around. Mad Masters, of course, in the draft. 3 bans against him. This time, he'll take the Kai'Sa, and we'll see what he can do, as Patio had that the first 2 games, and we'll see what the 80 carries do in that bot lane.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one for sure. We can talk about, the way things were picked up here in order. Of course, everything in our draft just drafted by the order in which they are assigned by role. So the Rakan was picked up in response to the Xayah. So Xayah was grabbed on R1 along with the Amumu on R2. I love the decision-making by Colorado. The pairing of Xayah Rakan is way, way, way too strong. If you can avoid it, you might as well. So they take that away. And great decision. The response into the Rakan is Renata Glask, one who, upon her release, has always been semi-prevalent in the meta, saw a lot of play when it was things like Callista. Kind of fell out of it a little bit, but is back now. It is a pretty good disengaged champ. We didn't talk a ton about second rotation bans. Colorado did ban away the Janna, another great disengaged champ, fantastic into something like the Rakan. But in typical KSU style, they're just going to go for the invade again, and Mad Mastiff in trouble.
Ooh, forced to burn the early flash. So they have 1 first blood, a whiff, and a flash to their name, and I think they'll take that. And this time, I like that they're going for more, at least to get a ward down. So they'll be able to keep an eye on Kiko Buff and maybe even stack this one up. I don't know if Colorado College saw him, though they will see Hazardous, and that probably gives away the whole plan.
Yeah, no sweeper available means that they'll know, at least if Hazardous is staying, and you can presume that they're all hanging around if you don't see anyone else leave either. Kiko Buff and Chow Dog are walking as 2. Chow Dog going to head back over to the mid lane. However, they don't have super great ways to get over the wall if you're KSU, so I don't imagine they'll hang around, and they will not. Kiko Buff has got that sweeper, so knows he isn't on vision. It is an interesting call there from the side of KSU not to drop a ward on the red side, even if it gets swept out and you give some XP over to the Wukong. It's not a huge deal. You know where he's starting, you know where he's going to path, but they decide instead to hang on to him and potentially, try to ward out some of these ganks after this first clear.
And I think it's interesting to point out that Cinnamon Swirl actually took advantage, and he threw a ward down as him as Hazardous fighting this out. Hazardous trying to get that vital, and does. Both of them incredibly low, and it looks like they'll take a momentary truce and walk away, but it's a great job by Cinnamon Swirl to get wards, so they'll know when Amumu goes over to that red buff early on. We'll see if that matters at all. Is Kiko already on his second buff and maybe looking for a quick double buff in top lane because Hazardous is going to shove. Might be a chance for an early first blood here for Colorado College.
Yeah, not terrible decision making. I like, just the knowing that things are going to adapt when you see these top laners fight really, really hard at level 1.
Oh.
Now Hazardous spiking level 2, though.
Almost. If he got that vital, that was a first blood, but it spawned in the wrong spot. And it'll happen sometimes on that Fiora. The vital just not in the right spot for you to pick up the kill.
Yeah, he's doing great with the counter matchup so far. If you take a look at the bottom of your screen, Cinnamon Swirl, 0 CS, has not been able to get anything just yet. Fiora does great work in these fights, especially early on. Could have been even better if something like the Conqueror opting for the Grasp instead. Harry lands
nice
on the
Bose.
stun.
This should be first blood. We've seen this story before, and this time Hazardous might get away. Kiko does have double buff. Waiting for a vital spawn. Spawns on the other side. Going to lunge through, and this should be a 1-for-1 teleport. Hey, I've seen this story before, Paladino. Same thing. Early gank, first blood, but Toastros is coming in. Flash forward, banish toss onto the minion. And Cinnamon Swirl might be able to chase him down. Here comes the teleport out from Hazardous. We're still fighting. Infernal Chains not going to be able to proc on this Amumu. They are going to pick up the kill. I don't think Hazardous can get there in time.
Nah, Q cooldown is too long if it doesn't hit anything. I don't think the Fiora can match unless he greedily stays. I'm not sure where is Hazardous just going to go sit on his
jungle. Oh, he saw him on the fruit. Is he going to be able to chase him down? Flash from Kiko over the wall. There's no flash for Hazardous, and he has to back off. So 2-for-1 in a crazy top lane battle in Game 3. That's what we want to see, though, Paladino, is absolute insanity in Game 3.
Oh, yeah, I like it. It's not often that you see fights go on for longer than a minute before 5 minutes, but we get that here in Game number 3. Lots of excitement, and you said it. Feels like a broken record. Hazardous grabs first blood, but dies in response, except this time Toast Roast not able to find the engage was looking for onto Kiko buff. With that flash bandage toss, so he dies in response as well. So once again, this Wukong is quite strong. The gold lead in favor of Colorado. Things going pretty well for them top side, with the exception of the actual top lane matchup, which is certainly in favor of Hazardous.
Yeah, Hazardous able to, with that first blood, gold and minions, get an early executioner. Now going to jump on to Cinnamon. There gets another fantastic stun. And that healing reduction going to help one more vital proc. Going to put Cinnamon very low, and there is no teleport on this Aatrox. Hazardous with the swap over to the Fiora. Reaping the early dividends and should have a fantastic early lead here, and he can maybe look to snowball that. And this time, he does have the TP, Paladino, so he will be able to help his team out. No Ignite this time for that top laner for KSU.
Yeah, I prefer that so much more. I think teleport just has way too much value, especially in this environment of League of Legends. Maybe you can put an argument for things like solo queue. Ignite is a little bit better, but teleport just provides way too much advantage for things like objectives, and even more so for a champion like Fiora, who wants to split push as we get to the mid to late game, and teleport allows that and opens things up for you way, way more. Is adapting well. You don't have the heal cut that you would get from an Ignite, so instead going for the Executioners. Good decision making into the Aatrox. We now could potentially see some action here in the bot lane as Shadowdog has made his way down towards that bot side river. The first Drake is up. Neither side going for it just yet, but we could see Kiko Buff, Mad Mastiff, and Loon all walking over to get themselves this first Drake.
Yeah, Chowdog, the only one of the bunch who is level 6, so he would have that Shockwave, and nobody else will have their ult if they choose to engage, and I think K-State realizing that, just simply going to watch from a distance. We'll see. Maybe Swaggy P wants to go in. Toast Roast there as well as Azrael did finally hit level 6, so the Shadow Search is available. They will pick it up. They're going to hop right on to Kiko, though only level 4. No Cyclone available as Azrael forced to flash away. Toast Roast trying to run away as well. Nice route. Unfortunately, as Azrael goes down, but Renata bails him out. Toast Roast, though, no help for him. It's a 1-for-1. Mad Mastiff forced to flash away. So does Chowdog. But this should be Azrael's and Patios to lose. Unfortunately, get too greedy. Mad Mastiff. Nobody's hitting Mad Mastiff. You have the feathers miss as well. Mad Mastiff is all alone, and he's going to pick up 3. They forgot to hit the most important target, Paladino.
Yeah, 3 kills on the Kaisa does not feel good. It is a change of pace from the last few games where these early team fights have been overwhelmingly favored to one side. Instead, this time, we get plenty of kills back and forth for each team, but It's much more in favor of Colorado here. 3 kills on to your Kaisa. Feels absolutely fantastic there. And you get the Drake as well, so your efforts to stack can certainly begin. I like the idea, but Azazriel could not get level 6 early on enough, so they weren't able to actually contest the dragon, only to fight afterwards. It was close. Use of the Shadow Surge got a kill over to him, but just not enough. And like you said, nobody hitting the 80 carry means that the 80 carry can pop off, even if he only had the Doran's Blade at the time.
Fantastic for Colorado College. We did, it looks like, miss a kill up top side, though, for Hazardous. He's picked up his second and really has started to take this lane out of control. You can see 43 CS to 19. This Cinnamon Swirl struggling for the first time on this Aatrox. We'll see if maybe he can get some jungle help. We see that Luan is up there at least right now. Kiko buff coming up as well, but as we saw a lot in Game 2, objectives still going to Colorado College's favor. Hazard's going to jump in. He doesn't realize Kiko is there as well. No level 6, though, on this Wukong. And Toastros is level 6. He's looking for a huge Curse of the Sad Mummy. First bandage toss going to miss. And it looks like they need to disengage here, and they realize they're outgunned, and they'll turn around.
Yeah, good decision-making. I think if Rakan is not there right behind Toast Roast, you can certainly look for an engage, especially because you have that level lead in the jungle with Curse of the Sad Mummy available for Toast Roast, and no Cyclone on the table for Kiko buff as he just now got it. But we could potentially still see some fighting up here on the top side. Lots of members up top trying to secure this first Herald, 4 members apiece, and the Wave State is in advantage of Colorado here up in the top lane. Both sides just ignoring the mid wave for now, and we'll see who gets that first move. Neither 80 carry is going to walk on in. Ults available for practically everyone. Kiko buff going to go in first.
Cyclone going to be used, though. There's Toast Roast looking for a fantastic Curse of Sad Mummy's going to do this. That World Ender going to be used as well. Second Cyclone pop. It's Azazriel picks up the first one. The Shadow Surge not going to be able to land, though, as Hazard is trying to stay alive, and he does! They get the kill on the Cinnamon Swirl, and there's that massive team fight we were looking for. It's 4-0 topside for KSU.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks okay at first, but keep in mind in that last massive fight we saw around the Drake, practically all the gold went on to the only member not involved in this fight. Mad Mastiff on the Kaisa still farming away in the bot lane. Neither 80 carry moving up for this first Herald. So because of that, just not enough gold here on Colorado. KSU take that one in dominant fashion. Looks close for a second, but Cinnamon Swirl was really not able to get in to follow up with Kiko buff, and just not enough damage from this Orianna at level 7 without a mythic means the KSU win in dominant fashion. Grab the Herald as well. We'll see where they're going to drop this one and whose lane that Toast Roast decides to snowball.
Yeah, and you make a great point there. That gold from that last fight, it's just chaining down bot lane on Mad Mastiff, who looked for a kill on the Patio Wax, wasn't quite able to find it. So I think you're for Colorado College, you still have a decent amount of hope heading into this next fight again if Mad Mastiff is there. But now you have this 3-in-1 Fiora. Hazard is now looking to maybe pick up a 4th kill onto Cinnamon Swirl, just proccing all of these Vitals. Gets another great one. Unfortunately, Cinnamon Swirl cannot block it. One more Vital should pick up the kill.
Nice
a flash from Cinnamon Swirl. And now Hazard just has to be careful. That could have been a disaster, but still Cinnamon Swirl's going to have to back, or he's just going to be dead for a 4th time.
Yeah, definitely needs to play respectful of Hazardous here. The health bars are pretty much even, but Executioner's already in the inventory of Hazardous means that healing is really not going to be there for the Aatrox. I mean, I talked about this with you even before we got into this game and we saw this initial draft, that Fiora is one of those big counters to Aatrox, but it's not the easiest to pilot. It's one of those counters that's only there if you've got the mechanical ability, and Hazardous is proving he's got that, but now could be in some trouble with Kiko buff in the top lane.
Hazard is going to pop the Grand Challenge, just trying to pop these Vitals. Cinnamon trying to kite it, but he can't do it. Another fantastic Ripose stun. He's going to get away unless Kiko goes for the dive. He will. But again, Hazard is picking up these 1-for-1s, enables his team to get the Dragon as well. You couldn't ask for much better play on the top side from this Fiora. Yeah,
fantastic work. I think stalling out long enough so that the riposte was back to being available, and now Chowdog might just get solo killed.
Shadow Surge going to go off. Cyclone going to be used. Azazriel going to throw out the Ignite. He'll pick up the kill, but it's another shutdown over to Kiko buff, so he picks up 2 in the last 30 seconds. Rift Herald is going to be dropped down bot side. Toast Roast is there with the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Can they pick up the kill of the Mad Mastiff? There's the bandit shot. There's the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Cleanse going to be used. Nobody's going to get in range. The Renata Glasscall going to miss as well. Mad Mastiff trying to pick up at least one, but he can't. He gets shut down. Here comes Kiko, though, but he's going to get rooted by the Feather Recall. Great job by Patio. And they barely come alive without giving up a kill to Mad Mastiff.
Yeah, just not tracking where those feathers were. Kiko Buff saw the angle, but could not find it. Mad Mastiff just not enough damage quite yet to grab that kill. It is a little unfortunate for KSU that the big shutdown went over to the Renata Glass as opposed to potentially the Zaya or even the Amumu, but regardless, the shutdown is a shutdown, so you'll take what you can get. Some more fighting up here in the top lane, but you mentioned it right before we got into that bot lane play that 2 shutdowns went over to Kiko Buff. That was 1,200 gold over 2 kills that he got, so he finishes that Divine Sunder. He's back to similar state he was in game number 1. He's very, very strong. The only difference is he doesn't have the strength of his solo laners behind him here in game number 3, as potentially Cinnamon Swirl once again in trouble.
Yeah, one more vital. There it is. But Hazardous might go down to the tower. Oh, he barely gets out. Gets the healing from the level up as well. And I think this becomes a very interesting position for Hazardous. Now, Fiora, of course, a deadly split pusher, has the ability to kind of be unmatched at this point. I don't think there's a solo laner in this game who can match her. But Hazardous has so much gold. I'm curious as we get into this mid game what he decides to do, Paladino. Is it split push or is it be with his team?
Yeah, it's a difficult call. I mean, I think realistically, because of the way the rest of the map is going, if you're Hazardous, you can just split push because, truthfully, you mentioned it, no one individual can match this Fiora. It's even close if there's 2, but now Azazriel in some trouble. Kiko Buff looking for the Cyclone. Will get the kill.
The Shadow Surge missed, and as soon as that missed, it was like, uh-oh, this isn't going to be good. And there's these, and this is what we talked about in game 1, Paladino, where it was more of a stomp, but there's these small plays from KSU that just allow Colorado College to hang around in this game. Despite the kill line, it's only a 2,000 gold lead. I think KSU really needs to make sure they focus in and don't give away these free kills, because Kiko's about to have it. As you said, he has a ton of gold already, and he's just getting more and more from these free kills.
Yeah, and a Fed Wukong is hard to deal with. One of the things that's important to note with these new Wukong builds, especially in the jungle, is he's probably going to go towards something like a Black Cleaver second, and that is so much ability haste. If he's able to move in and out, dash in and out with the clone and the E, it makes it really, really difficult to handle him, and he's going to be innately tanky as well with that passive. So giving gold over, like I mentioned, 1,200 gold over 2 kills just a few minutes ago, grabs another one there in the mid lane. It's not easy to deal with, but if you're the side of KSU, like I was talking about before that fight in the mid lane, Hazardous can absolutely just split push because his mid laner and his AD carry are either ahead or even. We can see pretty much even in the bot lane and just slightly ahead in the mid lane. So you can pretty reliably count on your team winning out on the 4v4. And even if it's a 4v5, it's pretty close. And if that's a 4v5, Hazardous is going to destroy these objectives and these turrets here on the side of Colorado. But we've still got a little bit of time before that happens. This next Drake spawning in just a minute or so. That second one was picked up by KSU, so the soul stacking is going to be a little bit slower for either side, and it looks like Kiko Buff's going to put his focus up here in the top lane instead. We'll see what they're able to find here. Hazardous with a nice riposte.
Toast Roast coming up as well. This is not the 1v1 they thought. Here's the teleport as well. Grand Challenge going to be used. Cyclone as well. Swaggy P is up here. Hostile Takeover going to be used. It will hit onto Chow Dog and Cinnamon Swirl, but not much more. Hazardous channeling the back. He does have TP if he wants to rip it right away and get back in this fight. But it looks like it might be just a full-on disengage as Azazriel and company hanging around, and it looks like they'll just pick up that Rift Herald and use this distraction time to pick up that bottom tower. Great job there by Patio to give himself some leverage on the bottom side. But we still have a fight here on this top and the top side. So we're going to see Kiko going to go over the wall. Here's the teleport right into that brush. It's fully warded. Toastro's going to throw down a great Curse of the Sad Mummy. Luian going to go in. Cinnamon Swirl's just caught out. He is not able to help his team as Israel's Shadow Surge picks up one. The Reset City's coming in. Unable to get the root, though, onto Kiko Buff, but he still will be dead with a great lunge from Hazardous. And they'll pick up a pair of kills and should get a Rift Herald here for KSU as the third Shadow Surge misses. And now Hazardous is in an awkward spot, trying to get away, gets a great Vital proc, and that'll be a free kill onto Cinnamon Swirl.
Yeah, awkward spot maybe for Colorado as Cinnamon Swirl just not able to get away. It was looking a little bit closer beforehand as Hazardous was getting some of those great trades and solo kills. Is Israel's going to get executed, I think? Yeah. Interesting decision. Could have just walked the jungle, but that's okay. The trades looked a little bit closer beforehand as now Hazardous will give over quite a bit of gold to Chow Dog there, going for the aggressive dive. But the Divine Sunderer picked up for Hazardous is such an impactful spike. When he hits those vitals now, they really, really hurt. So it is a decent amount of gold in the pocket of Chow Dog, however, picking up that shutdown from the Fiora. But the Rift Herald will give Patio Wax some more gold. This second Drake is still up, or excuse me, third. Be second for either side. And Colorado seems to have the jump on it right away. Too many members in base, and with Hazardous still dead, they will grab their second Drake of the game. But this gold lead is really starting to snowball for KSU.
Yeah, second dragon at least keeping Colorado College alive. But we'll see for how much longer, as you said. I don't know if I agree with Hazardous' decision to hand over all of that gold to Chow Dog, but when you're fed, and sometimes you just feel unstoppable. Though a great job by Azazriel in that fight as well. Got a couple of great Shadow Surge resets, 2 of them resulting in kills, and this is going to become an interesting one because I think Colorado College has been able to lean on the fact that Cinnamon Swirl would be that solid player up top side, but right now, I mean, he feels basically hopeless. 0-6, 42 CS as we near the 18.5-minute mark. This Aatrox is still miles and miles away from being really relevant in this Game 3.
Yeah, down 2 levels, still waiting on that Mythic, and going 20 minutes without one as a solo laner feels so bad. And I mean, this proves kind of what we were talking about before. We had the GP into Aatrox matchup twice, and it looked really good for Cinnamon Swirl, particularly in Game 2. Looked honestly okay in Game number 1 as well, just some unlucky circumstances. But now this Fiora pickup, this change in the draft has been really beneficial for KSU. I think if you're Colorado, this game is certainly not as bad as we saw game number 1's deficit be. They are still down quite a bit here. They need to get Mad Mastiff more involved. We saw that triple kill early on, and he just hasn't been involved ever since, just not able to get anything done. You really need to get this Kaisa ahead, or not even ahead, just more involved with the lead that he already had, especially now that Patio Wax is caught up here on the Xayah.
No, you make a great point. Outside that triple kill, we hit 20 minutes, and Mad Mastiff has been another fight. Cyclone going to go out onto Patio Wax, going to pop the ult to try and be immune. There's the Renata W, but it's not going to matter. 1 kill given over to Mad Mastiff, and it's a huge shutdown. That's exactly what they needed. More gold onto this Kaisa, being able to try and help their team back in. The problem is there enough time, as you've got both top and bot shoving in, and we've already seen there's not an answer for Hazardous, but I will say, Paladino, he's been playing it so passive, which can be the right call. He has no wards, you can't fault him, but he's not pushing this advantage enough to punish Colorado College for really not giving Cinnamon Swirl any backup if you look across the map. Of course, we have the Omni Vision, he does not, but I want to see him be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I agree, especially because I think he wins. I think he wins a 1v2 most likely. I mean, Kiko buff is quite strong, but not much armor really on anyone here on the side of Colorado. So I think Hazardous could certainly afford to limit test, but if he decides not to, don't entirely blame him either. He will grab away the blue buff. Now could be in some trouble. The riposte comes out early, so that means all of the CC will come down here onto Hazardous. Ignite going down as well will stop some of the healing.
Swaggy P is in range, going to rip the hostile takeover. It's going to land onto both of them. That's a huge moment for Hazardous to heal up as well. Cinnamon Swirl has popped the World Ender. Exhaust going to go out. Mad Massive is in the fight, and it's Kiko Buff who picks up the first. And with the Kaisa available, to a great route, though. Going to take him very low. Toastro's going to go in, get a great Curse of the Sad Mummy. Wants to pick up Mad Mastiff, and it's a triple kill for Patio. The Feathers just shredding the side of Colorado College. And I don't think we do Baron here, but they're going to start it up. Patio, he's going to die. He's got to run away, but it's still 3-0, or 3-1, excuse me, for KSU.
Yeah, once Patio has to reset, there's no way this Baron will fall. Toastros is going to keep taking it, however. He's got Swaggy P nearby. They might continue to hit. Do they have teleport from Hazardous? They do. So they could reasonably stay on and have Hazardous TP to that ward in the Pixel Brush. We'll see if that's what he does. He will. So Baron will go down to KSU. Health bars will be decently low, especially on this Renata, but that is a massive objective picked up and will really inflate this gold lead. At first, I thought Colorado was really might have been listening to the stream here and we talk about getting Mad Mastiff involved in these fights. They do just that, but health bar is way too low, and when Toastros comes in and lands a 4-man Curse of the Sad Mummy, it's hard to win a fight after that. Patio Wax gets even more gold. already had the Navori quick plates for that last fight, and it's looking even better now for the side of KSU.
Yeah, KSU doesn't just have to rely on Hazardous, as we saw there. As you mentioned, Patio X absolutely ripping it up. And we'll see, he's done a great job hanging around Swaggy Pete, trying to get a pick onto Kiko here. We do have our 4th Dragon of the game spawning. There is 2 on the side of Colorado College, so if they pick this one up, it could be Soul Point, and that, I guess, is the one downside of Hazardous blowing that TP to pick up Baron. He's not going to be able to join this team fight, so unless he walks down, it will be a 5v4 potentially. Cinnamon Swirl does have the TP, though there's really not a lot of urgency from either side right now towards this Dragon.
Yeah, I think if you're KSU, you don't necessarily have to force it. It's almost certainly theirs just because of the nature of an early Baron buff like this. And they have the gold lead, of course, as well, up over 5k now. But they don't have to rush it if they decide not to. They will take it. I think if you're Colorado, just hope for picks. Hope you can catch somebody out and continue to play around Mad Mastiff. He is by far the strongest member, but he really needs to finish that second item. Buying the Zeal so he can get the E upgrade, I understand, but trying to work towards that Navori, the Zeal only slowing him down. Needs some more gold on to this Kaisa. Has the CS advantage, but 5 kills on to Patio Wax certainly does not make things easy. Hazardous up here to defend the tier 1, but that almost definitely means his bot lane tier 2 will fall.
Unfortunately, Cinnamon Swirl has to pull Kiko buff up. He's still no mythic item on this Aatrox at 24 minutes in. Really just at a larger cannon minion at this point for some intent and purposes, as he really can't stop Hazardous. We see the Baron buff being used to just full shove bot side. And it's a great job. Again, this Fiora very passive, even going to channel the back. There's no one down there, Hazardous. Shove the lane.
Yeah, especially once the Wukong shows, if Aatrox is at you, you can just run at him. He's got 3 levels on Cinnamon Swirl and an item and a half, just half an item, but so much gold on this Aatrox and just innately going to win with that level advantage. He can do whatever he wants. He's starting to push that advantage now. Great work and decision making. Once you note, hey, the rest of the team is down their bot defending this inhibitor turret, I can be as aggressive as I want. Just pushing away at this tower. Not going to go for that demolish proc just yet. Just going to let these supered up minions go at this tower.
8 more seconds on this Baron buff. So kind of this cannon minion will get a couple more shots top side and bring the tower, I think, low enough for one demolish proc to kind of come in and wreck up shop. And with Cinnamon Swirl retreating, that's exactly what Hazardous is going to do. So he will get that top tier 2. There's still no one really helping out Cinnamon Swirl. You can see the pings trying, really begging for help, and finally the minion wave relents bot side. So they're able to send someone over. But right now, Colorado College on full defense mode, just trying to survive as Mad Mastiff takes quite a bit of damage in his base. But there's no trigger pull yet from KSU as they're just hanging around, letting the minions do their job.
Yeah, it's difficult to balance if you're Colorado because you know for a fact Cinnamon Swirl needs help. He cannot match 1v1 against Hazardous, but once that second member shows, if the other 4 members of KSU are down matched in a 4 versus 3, Mumu has such an easy engage with Renata to follow up that they can just clean them out under tower if they need to. Just so much damage is going to come out, especially from this Xayah and the Vex as well. Haven't been talked about too much, especially after those last couple of deaths, but still 2 items on this, kind of difficult to describe mage with the resets and easy to get. Kiko Buff looking for an angle, not going to find anything yet, trying to fight over the mid wave in a 4v4, but even this is really difficult to do with the strength of the Xayah and the engage tools of Toast Roast.
Hazard is going to shove out that wave top, force Mad Mastiff to rotate over, as well as Kiko Buff, and KSU basically just divide and conquering right now, looking for that mid inhibitor to keep the pressure on. There's a wave forming on bottom as well that they might look to rotate over towards. We really don't have any other objectives on the map for the next minute, so there's no loss here if they can pick up these super minions mid lane. Hazard is going to rotate over. Toast Rose going to go in. Kika Buff pops the clone and gets out. Hostile Takeover going to be the first thing that is used. Mad Mastiff is going to get caught. Toastros trying to run him down. Cinnamon Swirl going to pop the World Ender. Exhaust going to go out, and it looks like this Aatrox just trying to full send will get taken down. There's a Bandage Chop into a nice two-man Curse of the Sad Mummy. Kiko Buff going to get hit by the Shadow Surge. A great job by Azazel. They're not quite able to get onto Mad Mastiff, however, but the Nexus towers are fully exposed, and there's not a lot of defense left. You've got another wave coming in. Cyclone going to be used. Mad Mastiff trying to hop onto Hazardous, but this level 16 Fiora is just too naturally tanky. And looks like KSU will end up opting to turn around here, but they've got waves pushing, but they've got Baron in 30 seconds. I think that's what they want to save for.
I thought that one was all but over with just the Nexus turrets to fall. Toastros will not get hit by the Rakan W. Very, very close. They do have Soul Point coming up in 40, Baron in 15. We'll see what they're able to do. He's going to stop his recall again. Pretty good from Kiko Buff to at the very least delay the side of KSU. If you're Colorado, you need to take this time where you know they're in base to grab wards. See if you can get any vision in your jungle, because as you can tell with Toast Roast up here in the top side, Swaggy P and Patio walking towards Baron, they're just going to try and melt this one right away. What I'm interested to see at what KSU does is if they send all 5 to Baron. You do not need all 5. You could potentially go and scout out on the Drake. Instead, they will just send 4 at the very least. Hazardous will begin to walk towards this dragon, but now he could be in some trouble. This is a 1 versus 4, and I know Hazardous is strong. We'll see if he's this strong.
So far, no one has really turned their attention. They will claim the Dragon Soul Point, as you said, Paladino, and Hazardous is really just trying to run somebody down. And it's a 1-on-4, and they are running away from this Fiora. Alt going to be popped. He wants to take down Cinnamon Swirl. Luan going to use the ultimate just to try and create an escape tool. We are still running away. They outnumber him 3-1, and they do not want the smoke from this Fiora. Cinnamon Swirl still going to go down. The base is in shambles. Cyclone going to be popped here. Patio X incredibly low. Can Kiko Buff get in range? Yes, he can. Hazard's taken low. He's going to go down as well. They're trying to burn the base at this point. One more Nexus turret left. It's all Swaggy P. Can the minions do it? The minions at least break the Nexus turrets. But it's the first team fight won for Colorado College, and they're staying alive as they look to get an ace here on Swaggy P.
They should get it at the very least. I mean, he has perpetual slows, but more slows coming out from Kiko Buff. He's just waiting on cooldowns. We'll see if he's able to get it. Just needs one more W. Anything, EQ. There it is. Yep. He will fall. So that is the ace from the side of Colorado, and they can get, at the very least, get some of this standing gold. This mid-tier one will certainly fall. Plenty strong enough to knock this one down. And a good turn. Honestly, there are very few circumstances in League of Legends where you see 4 people running away from 1, but when it's a 3-item Fiora, I'm not entirely surprised. And we weren't able to see what was going on in the base just following the Fiora after that Drake, but it honestly looked more to me like the intentions were probably stop recalls, because you have the other 4 up there in the base just knocking at those Nexus turrets. That's why they both fall. Not able to see if they were only hitting Nexus turrets or going for the fights. And now Mad Mastiff.
Is Azrael going to go in onto Mad Mastiff? Mad Mastiff barely hanging on. Ignite is going to go out, but he does get the 1-for-1 trade. And they'll take that, though Patio is still alive. And they might want to find a way on the Zaya. Toastros caught out all alone. They're going to jump right onto Patio. He is going to get obliterated. Teleport coming in from Hazardous, but it might be too little too late. Hazardous wants the base. He's going for the Nexus. He's got the Hull Breaker. Is he going to have enough damage? Cyclone going to come out. He's being CC'd. Nice Repose to try and create some space. A couple of big chunks, but nothing too crazy. And this is the part where K-State is starting to fall apart, Paladino.
Yeah, I mean, this is very, very greedy, very aggressive from Kansas State. I mean, once they get a massive pick onto Patio Wax with no ultimate available, at least not able to get it off in that last team fight, they get lots of gold, and Hazardous uses the TP and cannot even come close to ending once everyone just gets on his trail. Great work from Colorado to just turn around immediately and go towards that Fiora. But now that means no TP, so even though the Nexus is open, it's a lot harder for Hazardous to get in without walking through somebody. 2 minutes left on this, what would be Soul for Colorado. We'll have to see how things go and where this next team fight occurs, because this Fiora is still very, very strong. But truthfully, ASU has handed over a lot of gold to Colorado, much more than they needed to.
Yeah, depending on how quickly Colorado can get this mid lane inhibitor to respawn, they'll be able to push this out. And as I said, it does respawn. So now a one team fight, depending on this wave state mid, could mean the Colorado College comeback. With Hazardous opting for the hull breaker, he is basically designated now that he will be split pushing. And it's something to keep an eye on. He has to be very careful. We saw in that last fight, he kind of went all for broke, tried to get on the Nexus, did a little bit of damage. I think most of that will heal up by the next time we see it. But that's something that KSU or that Colorado has to keep in mind because, again, I don't think anyone can match Hazardous. Maybe Kiko at this point, but he's still 2 levels down compared to Fiora.
Yeah, it's still really, really hard. 3 items with the heal cut does help out a little bit into this Fiora, but now with that hull breaker, especially the added resistances and bonuses that this Fiora will have when they're hunting alone is going to be way too strong for just one member to deal with. We'll see what they decide to do here with this Drake spawning in 40 seconds. It is important to note that the inhibitor has respawned in the mid lane, so a backdoor attempt is not incredibly viable, especially with both teleports available for both Cinnamon Swirl and Chowdog. Immediately, KSU is just going to try to get the push in the mid lane, but this is a 5v4 trying to look for something.
They just need to stall.
Yeah, they can. Look at Hazardous up there in the top lane. He's got a decent wave, and Demolish means that he's for sure going to knock down this turret, but not going to go for the inhib.
Backs all going to be channeled here by the side of
stay.
Colorado College, but they're all canceled. This now becomes stop the backs, and look at this. KSU's positioned themselves on the base side. They're going to have an open mid inhibitor as well. Cinnamon Swirl's going to start the back. This is 2 inhibitors down. Question becomes, do they focus the Nexus or the Champions? And Hazardous has one
Nexus
thing in mind.
dead.
He wants the Nexus. Bottom of your screen, we can't quite see the Nexus health. There we go. Hazardous in a 1v4 now has to turn and run away.
KSU's done it
A
again.
bit of confusion. They are going to get that mid inhibitor, but they're going to start losing Patio Wax and company as well. Toastro's trying to hang on. He will fall. And unfortunately, KSU, a bit of a scrambled team fight means they're not going to find much more besides a couple of inhibitors. And you see the teleport, Cinnamon Swirl trying to get this Ocean Soul for Colorado College.
Yeah, Hazardous still hanging around in this bot side jungle, and he's way more healthy than Kikobuff. Kikobuff cannot die here if they want this Drake. Hazardous can just hang out around their base, and I don't know if Cinnamon Swirl has the damage to solo this himself. Kikobuff is going to start walking in now, and this Ocean Drake does do quite a bit of damage to this Aatrox, but they really want this soul. Kikobuff was able to heal up quite a bit off of some of those camps. Hazardous now has got to get out of here with plenty of members collapsing. He's going to turn his focus on a Chowdog first. Good riposte.
Should be able to walk away. There is Mad Mastiff walking up from mid lane, though. Now he's going to turn on Chowdog. Ocean Soul is going to be claimed. Hazardous in a very scary situation.
if
Now
Fiora
just
dies,
has to
it's
try
huge.
and run for safety. And he gets away, and he has his ward available. He has his teleport available. I want to see him put that ward right over one of those walls and use that teleport when Baron spawns to maybe look for the back door. But KSU looks like they're just going to grab this Baron and prevent any shenanigans from Colorado College.
Yeah, I mean, they've already had some shenanigans themselves, allowing them to get an Ocean Soul. There's no way Colorado should ever get an Ocean Soul with this game state, but so much gold has been donated to them just from KSU just getting a little bit too hype, trying to make it in and end this game, and too many members getting killed off way too quickly, and only getting stronger is the side of Colorado. This game is so much closer than it was even just 5-10 minutes ago, but now with 2 inhibitors down and Super Minions coming in with the Baron buff, it is pretty difficult for Colorado to maintain their base, especially with no Nexus turrets. But I think if you're Colorado, you can try and fight now. Fiora is finally going to TP on to that wave down bot lane to pressure this bot lane tower. I don't even think you really need to. Can probably just wait for this wave to come in and match with his team. Watch Toast Roast for this next fight and see the engage he's about to get off. This fight is very, very impactful as this third inhib will fall.
This is do or die for Colorado College. This is their last line of defense. Baron pushing in. Toast Roast going to land a massive Curse of the Sad Mummy. Cinnamon Swirl trying to jump in on the backline. Cyclone going to go out. There's the hostile takeover. Cinnamon Swirl
so
is on the
close.
backline. There's a couple of kills picked up for KSU, and this should be it. Mad Mastiff trying his hardest, but it's not going to matter. Even though he's still alive, his Nexus will not be, and KSU holds on for a crazy game 3. And Palatino, I think I speak for both of us when I say we got our wish. We had blowout, and even though that was K-State favored most of the time, It got a little bit hairy at the end, but they take the series when it's all said and done.
Yeah, despite K-State's efforts, they do come out with the win. They certainly tried to make things close. You can see the graph there around that 33-minute mark, 36-minute mark, the way it kind of jumps back up. Donated plenty of gold back over to Colorado, but they do come out with the win. Very, very close, very exciting game. Was still, you look at the graph, was still definitely KSU in the lead for the majority of that one, but had some very, very exciting plays, some exciting fights in that last one, and a great series overall.
Yeah, fantastic series for both these teams. In our Emergence Pacific Frontier, the win will move Kansas State Academy B over to 2-2, and the loss will actually put Colorado College at 2-2 as well. So both these teams now deadlocked at that 500 mark halfway through. Well, as we wrap up our portion, Paladino, what are your final thoughts on what was really an absolutely banana series here to start off the night?
It was fantastic. Even though I was able to only, join in a few minutes late to game one, just seeing everything that happened was so exciting. 2 stomps, is always, not as much drama, not as much action, was still exciting to see it. Even though game 3 started to feel like it was going to be that way, just so much fun to watch the back and forth there at the end. And Colorado really hung in there despite being down so much gold, but just such fantastic play coming out from the side of KSU, especially in game 3 on that Fiora. Just getting way too far ahead, played the counter matchup to perfection, and really pushed the envelope.
Yeah, fantastic job by Hazardous. Realized the game plank wasn't working. As you said at the start, it was going to require some skill in that Fiora. It's not an auto win, and I thought Hazardous played phenomenally. Well, we are not done here on the NECC with League of Legends. We've got another banger coming up in the Champions side of the Pacific Frontier. It'll be Grand Canyon taking on UBC, Ruby, Echo, and Regdar. Going to have all of your action coming up right after this.
You. Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
And what's going on, everybody? Welcome back. Like they said, the night is not over just yet. But Rector, once again, we're put in a position where we have to find a way to top that match. I'm sorry, I don't think we can do it tonight, man. I don't think there's a single kind of game that could top what we just witnessed in this last best of 3 series. Regardless, though, we're gonna try our damnedest. I'm Echo KO, and I'm joined once again by the one and the only, my duo partner here, Rector. How you feeling tonight, man?
You know, I'm living it up. I looked over at game 3 and saw there had to be at least 8 Drakes taken. I'm going to be excited to see if our entire series can match that game number 3. Because last week we had a little bit of everything, but this week we've got UBC Esports, who have quite the lineup with Toasty Pillow in the top lane, Lil Copium, my new favorite name for the week right now, in the jungle, and Sat in the mid lane, and then we've got Hyde and Zimmy making up the bot lane for the 2-in-1 UBC Ruby.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping to see Evil E-Boy in there, but oh well. It's not to be. Doesn't matter, though, because on the opposing side, we've got a GCU Esports, better known as Grand Canyon University. We've got Aqua in the top, DCR in the jungle, Sencrad Lol in the mid lane. Oh god, I'm gonna mispronounce this one. Clydetripes? Is it Clydetripes? I'm gonna say Clydetripes. I'm sure someone give me a heads up if that's wrong, but I'm gonna say Clydetripes and Quantum Force on the supporting role. So overall, a lot of names that are gonna be difficult to pronounce on cast. We're gonna have to find some good nicknames for him, right there.
Yeah, you got it right. It's Clydetripes. That was it. Yeah, look at you, bilingual and can use some reading connotation skills there. I'm proud.
Thank you. Yeah. But we're getting ready to get into draft for game number 1. Obviously, it's a best of 3 series. Very standard here as we are, I believe. God, what week is this now? I believe this is week 4 now. So we've been going on for a little bit. These teams have been playing a little bit, Regdor. And I'm looking at the score lines. And at the moment, UBC Ruby's standing at a respectable 2-1. While GCU Esports is still going to pick up their first win. And, you know, some would see that as a negative. I see that as a positive, because what better way to grab your first win than by taking out a team that's already positive on the scoreboard?
Yeah, no, that's one way to turn a negative into a positive. Maybe not the win rate. It might even out there, as they do have one match not reported right now, so maybe they already got the first win of the season. I'd like to think, yeah, they already got a dub, and now they're looking to even things out here at 2-2. But it's 13-4. I think we're getting close to 13-5. They're going to have even more interesting things. Big kind of overarching note to say, some power taken out of early ganks, trying to put more emphasis back into the jungle and give the laners some time, you know? Even before the TP changes, it was the worst feeling as an ADC to be 7 minutes into the game and you're like, why is there double TP plays on the bot lane right now? This feels I'm feeling attacked here. So trying to bring a little bit more stability back into the laning phases, force the junglers to rotate through this camps a bit more. So I'll be really excited to see what direction each one of these teams go in the jungle here early on in the series.
Definitely so here. Listen, man, I heard that they're getting rid of that 30% damage reduction for the enemy camps in the jungle, and I rejoiced. I jumped out of my chair. I did a little happy dance. That means I can finally go counter jungle to my heart's content and not worry about my timings. I'm very happy about that. More importantly, though, I'm happy that I believe the draft is almost ready. We're almost ready to get into these things here as I'm in the chat right now. Still going to be a little bit of time, but regardless, I'm excited to see what both of these teams are looking to bring to the table tonight.
Absolutely excited. This is the Champions Pacific Frontier division, so a little bit of everything up and down in play. And we saw a lot of craziness last time we cast together, which I believe was also the Champions division, where, you know, it was it Luffy? He had a one-piece name, took down a Grandmaster top laner in the series through sheer will and the power of Ornn.
Power of friendship, the power of Ornn, the power of just being built different, man. The Silver Boys. It's where it's at, I'm telling you, man. The Silver Boys. Regardless, though, Rector, that's not here nor there because now we're in the draft. Game number 1 is getting underway as the bands are coming out here. GP, very staple band. We're seeing them everywhere under the sun at the moment. Get them out. Don't want to see them. But overall, these bands are looking very versatile. No one's really being focused out just yet.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of emphasis on like pushing lanes. Like Akshan's a great counter pick on the top side to have push. Varus, as we know, wants to have push, Heimerdinger, etc. And then just like you said, some blanket bans towards those solo lanes as they're gonna run through this. They already have done it on Draftable here, and I'm making wait, no, that's Kane top. Nope, that's just a Kane top locked in.
Oh my.
That was the B5 pick.
Yes, this is what I like to see. We're already starting things off spicy. Listen, Rector, I said we have to find a way to top that last game. This is how we're gonna do it. The Kane top. More importantly though, Rector, I believe you were actually right in placing your faith in GCU because I'm looking at the chat right now and they said that they actually did get a win. That match wasn't reported, so we didn't have the stats. Now we know. So they're looking to get that 50% win rate going. Let's see if they can make it happen. It is obviously only game 1 of a best of 3. So odds are, this game, they're just going to look to feel each other out, see what the weaknesses are. Gotta probe the defenses a little bit.
Yeah, and UBC starts off with a pretty strong piece to their draft as they lock in their support here. They locked in Caitlyn, Morgana, and Elise in the first 3. And if that is not setting off alarm bells in your head saying, stacked wave bot, dive, dive. I don't know what to tell you because that is what I'm seeing out of this from the side of UBC Ruby, and it looks scary, to be frank.
Yeah, it's looking menacing, man. I'm still looking at that Kane top. I'm like, this is tech. This is dark, ancient tech that I've never seen before. I don't know what to expect. I don't know how it's gonna go into the Camille, especially. The only thing I can really be certain of is I'm gonna assume we're gonna see the red form Kane coming through. I really don't see the move being the blue form Kane, but you know what? I mean, at this point, I'm more than happy to be surprised.
Yeah, I will be very happy to see how this turns out. So Toast Pello did choose this blind. Camille was the R5, was the final pick here. So that's a lot of confidence because Kane does have a lot of matchups that don't bode well for him in lane. He is going to want to skirmish. He is going to look to more than likely go that mana immune route for in lane and then kind of curve into the Gore Drinker and the standard red form build. But needs that mana immune as a huge piece. So he wants to fight, he wants to skirmish, but Elise, Lil Copium is the one who's going to have to manage the expectations here early on because the Elise does want to be proactive in lanes and does want to do that early style ganking that we said, hey, kind of got backed off a little bit. And if they're not able to come off of this game with some really good snowballing leads out of these lanes for UBC, they're going to find themselves in a hard spot because we've seen what Camille can do when she scales. Gragas is a very malleable champion that scales well. Yasuo, he's got the knockups prepared. And then Mr. 2000 Years of Helios. Like, everything about this screams GCU just wants to weather the storm.
Definitely so. And UBC, Lil Copium is looking to force the bot lane, I feel like, of GCU to cope, right? Because I'm looking at the Caitlyn Morgana. That screams, the comp that your turret's gone before a single plate has fallen anywhere else on the map. And then you've got the Elise on top of that as well, who I believe was even nerfed recently in the last patch that came through. I think some changes came through. I'd have to look at it once again, but that just screams even more. We're gonna dive. You go dive, kill them, go bot, dive them, kill them, repeat. And let's see if they can do exactly that, Rector, because we are on the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 is underway. UBC is going to be throwing hands with GCU. And Rector, I think I see maybe some level 1 shenanigans coming through. This is looking exciting.
You just like any time it's not a 5-point here as they are going to all walk in.
Okay, we get the zoom in here. DCR, got to be careful. I'll hit him with the thumbs up. It looks like they didn't find... Might have been the hook from Ansat here, but they're still looking for more. A bit of damage does come through. The Ignite actually gets dropped, but no real follow-up. Does find the root, though. Maybe they look for more. Flash forward in the first blood. Yes, sir. They saw the opportunity. And UBC picking up their first kill at minute 1.
Yeah, it was a little slow on the uptake there, but all the skill shots land, and you get a first blood onto the... Silas, which is really what you want to see. You want to kind of propel him forward here. They are able to get down that deep ward from the side of GCU for it. And
Oh
Toast
my
Pello is
God.
just doing exactly the shenanigans that you want to see out of Kane Top. Go ahead and just force this wave. Level 1, get the early level 2. Probably is going to have the QW, so no walking through walls just yet, as he may start counter jungling maybe? I don't know. Or is he just going to force Camille to come back? I think.
I thought that this was some dark. This is like millennia old tech. This is Age of Strife tech for any of the Warhammer fans out there, because this is something I have never seen before in my 21 years on this earth. But regardless, if it works, it works. We'll have to wait and see. Toast Pillow has been taking some tower shots though, so definitely does need to be careful. And with DCR on his way up, his pathing now will be crucial, but it's looking like he should be okay, especially with that level 2. Should be able to just Urwig trespass with one. Now he's counter jungle. Is there anything that Toast Pillow can't do?
Right now, go to lane, because he is extremely low, as he's gonna keep on this. DCR is up in the area. Maybe is he gonna execute? Is he about to execute?
I'm so confused.
I
don't
love
know what
this.
to-
Yes!
Down he goes. The Krugs have claimed but yet another victim, as Toast Pillow will fall to them. So now Aqua knows exactly what's going down. DCR can have a little bit of a sneaky suspicion that his Krugs might not be as bountiful as he expected. Here's another nice line, finds the target, but and said not going to be able to find the killing blow.
Yeah, the map is already confusing to me here, but the one thing I do know is that Sinrad is going back to the fountain.
I know for a fact that Anstad just blew him up. Luckily, DCR was there to pick up the pieces and finds Anstad, but regardless, that's 2 kills on the Silas already.
And just heavy skirmishes going on all around. Darksteel is picked up. We love to see that nice scaling rune, as Toast Pillow should take a hard trade and then like to use that that wall walking here, the shadow step, to gain some of that health back. That's going to be one of the key things here, is to constantly skirmish, try to get your early form, and just be a pain in the backside here for Aqua. I always love when teammates on the live servers change their names to their team piece. GCU on 4 out of the 5. So, you know, get our man Sinrad some blue essence.
Get him that name change, please. He needs it. He spent all his points on acquiring Yasuo, but regardless, things are looking dicey now as Copium's on his way up. Looking to give some Copium over to Aqua, who's in a full-fledged fight right now, but is able to hook shot away, flash to make sure he doesn't get hit with the weapon, and so he's going to be good. But that is going to be flash out.
And now that's 2 lanes already affected by a little Copium here early on. As you can see, that deficit in farm is going to show for it. But blowing the flash on the Camille, huge deal. I want to take a second, if we can. Aphelios being picked is something that I think is really great. He is a champion that has been on again, off again. This last patch got a bit of a bonus to his W. So for those of you who don't know, that's his attack speed. Which could push him back in the direction of going like the full crit route, to where you'd see a Zeal item, now in this case 3rd with the IE changes. But we're going to have to see what Fly Tribes wants to do.
We have to see if DCR can make anything happen as they just blow up Quantum Force multiplier them into the ground here. Double flash from both ADCs, and DCR's looking to pick up Planty, looking for the spacing, looking for the double. He's ambitious, but his ambition was his downfall. He will trade 1 for 1 with Clyde Tripes. Ultimately, the little Copium barely getting out, but the tower will claim Toast Pillow. Everyone's dying across the map as Anstan picks up yet another kill. Nowhere is safe on the Rift.
Locopium needs to be careful. Playing with fires, the hook shot will connect.
And he got burned. Oh my god, Lil Copium will go down.
Little Copium, and there it is, the tower dive on the top side. Didn't go the greatest in the world, and much bad here for Toast Pillow. It's now, oh my gosh, insets everywhere!
Oh my god, Ansted. Listen, man, he got the dark still. He's got to get his stacks up. He knows it, and he will find kills wherever he can.
Yeah, just making these rotations, and this is why I think you like to pick Silas and you love early kills on Silas. Because it just means he gets to solo kill the mid laner, because it's a good melee versus melee matchup, and then constantly has the option to rotate over sides like that and help kind of bail out the top lane. It is still 2-1 in the favor of Agua, and Toast Pillow just got a little bit of lethality in their pocket right now, but has that Umbral Trespass. So maybe we'll see Lil Copium work back up towards the top side here soon. I don't think stacking Drakes is outside of the question with a turbo pushing bot lane.
I can tell you stacking kills on Toast Pillow is, though, as down he goes once again to Aqua. DCR was not too happy about what he did in this jungle earlier. He said, let me return the favor.
Yeah, I think you're only allowed to really proxy waves at 2 different points in the game, and that is on Jump Street, or if you're up like 4 or 5 kills and you can murder them between your towers. Toastbell can do neither of those at the moment, so maybe needs to cool off a little bit. If nothing else, you know, he's creating pressure. We love pressure on the Rift for Lil Copium to get more work done.
We do here, as I mean, bot lane. It's like we predicted, right? It's just you can't move away from your turret. It's so incredibly oppressive. You need DCR to come down to really make something happen. And Lil Copium is going to use that bot side advantage to go ahead, start this drag up. Should be able to secure it any moment now. But DCR is in area, still grabbing his blue buff, but then he should look ahead on down.
And you can already see they have all the defensive wards up around the backside of the turret here in the jungle to stop Lil Copium from getting the angle from the backside to dive. But because of that, they control the river, and that means they get to see DCR coming on down.
They do. Not quite going to find the binding. Lil Copium is here. But DCR going to have to dash over the wall there. In danger for a second. But all is well for now, as Aqua is just, I think he's about to return the favor. Oh no, I thought he was looking for the minion wave, but it's just looking to head on around.
Yeah, there's a lot of shenanigans happening in top lane. They are playing some mind games on top of the actual games, as Aqua is going to walk over that vision there. But so far, the early game of UBC not as popping off as we want to see. Again, they have the early skirmishing, they have all the early pressure in the world to make things happen, and thus far is only equaled out to an 800 gold lead. You want to see this kind of balloon out there to the 2 or 3k as turret plates fall, and you're in a really great position to fight for that second Herald after you hopefully have already gotten the first to really start pressuring over tier 2s because of GCU's scaling.
Yeah, and the majority of it as well on one member, right? On Ansat here. 4-1, 4 stacks on the Dark Seal as well. So in Ansat, we trust. It's looking like it might just be a DCR. Did make his way on down. They find the last breath, and just like that, your stacks are gone. Finito, bye-bye. As Sencrad grabs himself the kill.
Yeah, you know, it's no Diana Yasuo, but it's honest work right there as we're getting something going on down here in the bot lane, getting more turret platings pushed into this. And that's kind of the thing, is that UBC has really gone all in here in game number 1, is you have 3 lanes that want to win lane. Toastbello does not want to be behind. This bot lane doesn't want to be behind. Ansat doesn't want to be behind. So Lil Copium's kind of spread all over the map, because if one of these lanes if one of these lanes are behind, it loses out on the entire purpose of what this composition does. So really good job by you, GCU, so far, of really just, I mean, look at this.
Yeah, know where Toast Pillow can go. Gonna use that over Trespass to try and escape. Actually, it's gonna be enough. No, it's not, because the flash from Aqua with the Q will seal the deal. Down he goes. Oh, Clemson's gonna get dropped, though. They look for the Sun on Planty here. The ult comes down as well. Flash forward, and the Ignite is gonna be enough. Quantum Force picks that one up. And Zemi can do nothing else but watch and run away as he dies.
Yeah, and Clyde Stripes finally getting some big damage in there with that Moonlight Vigil from the Inferium. That's going to be a bit of a game changer as the game progresses along off that top lane kill. This is bad news bears if you're a Toastbello fan. This is bad news bears if you're a UBC fan, because not only is Camille 4-1, Camille's 4-1 and just got 3 or 4 tower plates to their name at the same time. So that side lane threat, sorry, Toastbello, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to be near your tower once she spends that gold.
Yeah, it's just gonna get rougher and rougher for Toastpillow. It was a very interesting start so far. Hasn't quite been working out for him. Not finding an avenue to get back in this game just yet. We'll have to keep our eyes on him, see if he can make something happen here, as this bot tier 1 is gonna go ahead and fall as we expected it to happen. Down it goes. It's gonna open up the map exponentially for the side of UBC here, and they can look for a bit more.
And this is where I really want to see them continue to stack up Drakes, use this strong mid bot to kind of just take over this quadrant as they're starting to do right now, and look for people as they try to make these rotations. As Toastbell is just going to come on down. That's about the best plan. Probably stepped over that pink there. Is to just kind of use Toast to get them back more into this game, is making these rotations, being around skirmishes to try to get that form, as their Humble Trespass is coming back up here shortly.
It will be up here as the siege continues in the mid lane. Bit of a gathering. Now that bot is gone, they have gone ahead and sent Ansat down. He picked up an extra little kill as well. It's going to be 2 stacks for him. He's got to regain his losses. He's got to get that return on his investment, that 350 gold. Back to 2 stacks. Needs 2 more to get to the 4 he was at earlier, but still got a lot of time to do so.
You know, you said glory, and that just made me think of righteous glory, and it made me sad. Just a little League of Legends boomer moment there, as they've got nothing really do other than siege up around this tier 1, waiting for the Drake to come down here in 5 seconds. It's been really good methodical movement from UBC to take the tier 1 on the bottom side, clear out the majority of the vision for the approach to the Drake, and then just keep control of this river.
This is when things get interesting. We get to see possibly the first real group fight. Doesn't seem like if GCU is going to go ahead, just opt to give this one over. Keep farming up, keep scaling up for now. I can't wait to see that when we get a really like full-fledged team fight, because so far it has been a lot of just 2-on-2s, 1-on-1s in isolation. Some ganks coming through as well, but nothing really yet where we've seen all parts come into play.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is that GCU doesn't need to opt into more volatility. They've got a really strong top side at the moment, and they have the scaling mid bot kind of duo here. So in the next 5 minutes, they're trying to get a second item on Clyde Stripes. They want to get Synkrad in a stronger position as well in order to really execute these team fights effectively. Really going to be interested to see what Clyde Stripes' second item is going to be. I also wonder if he may have taken Overheal. I know he has Severum right now, but Overheal plus the Icar Shield from Bloodthirster is actually kind of disgusting here in the early game. So be interested to see what his second item looks like to help kind of provide some self damage mitigation against what is a lot of burst here from the side of UBC.
Definitely so. A lot of dive threat that comes through as well with Toast Pillow, with Ansat, all looking to get on top of you, take you out real quick. Ansat especially has the tools to do so, right? Has the Luden's Tempest, has the Sorcerer Boots as well. He goes for a second item here. They find a bit of damage with the root as well. Headshot comes through, and they're going for the ace in the hole. It does land, but the shield comes in clutch. In Quantum Force, we trust.
Quantum Force with the Inspire to keep us alive, but oh my gosh, that looked illegal. Somebody check that, check out the inventory of Aqua. Just had the Tiamat plus Triforce doing a lot. Camille has, that base damage stacking up for the passes of Triforce equals a lot of damage on those precision protocols.
So Aqua like walking off as well. Like, listen, I could have killed you here. Just remember what I just did to you. You step too close again, I might have to do it again. But for now, Aqua is going to have to run, because the 3-man rotation is coming into this top lane. They want to get rid of this top tier 1. UBC wants to open up the map for themselves a little bit more, as Toast Pillow finds the knock up here, but there's no one really there to back him up. Yeah, he's got to be careful, and he got a little too greedy with it, and down he goes. They will get the turret in exchange. Maybe you could call it a sacrifice, but not necessarily a needed one, as the rest of the squad might have to run for their lives here. They do find the stun onto DCR, but over the wall, Synkrad is here, but with no one to back him up, he's going to opt to fall back.
Yeah, that was pressure, once again being created by Toast Pillow, and if nothing else, we love a bit of good pressure there on the top side, able to get the last tier 1 down, and this is where we hope to see the tide start to shift for GCU. They're getting all of their mythic items through, working on those secondary items as a tier 2 will fall from Anstat. But this is where they should start coming online and start looking to take smart fights around objectives.
That was a huge dodge. You can hijack the Hextech ultimatum all you want. Aqua does not care, and he's going to put Anstat into the ground.
And that kind of becomes the question here is like, which one is more important? Having a kind of fed mid laner or a really fed top laner who can side lane effectively? Because Agua can take Toast Pillow and can take Anstat in the 1v1. Meanwhile, the same might not be able to be said for the opposite side.
Toast Pillow going in deep, finds the ulti. The rest of the team is on the way to back him up. With that red form, he can sustain himself a little bit more, and he is going to stay alive. But with the Ignite taking him down and the auto attacks coming through, they see the opportunity, and they seize it. Aqua grabs one. Zemi goes gold. Senkrat is going to go down. They'll go 1 for 1 once again. A double kill over to Aqua. And ultimately, they will go 2 for 1.
2 for 1, and now they actually dropped the Herald. I think that might have been a bit of a misclick here, but that's what we said. This is where the tide starts to change. If you dive without a dive buddy, you find yourself kind of singled out. That's always the plan when you have a Kayn on the enemy team, is if you can survive the Umbral Trespass, try to drag him as far away from his team and as close to yours as possible, because that dash out is not that large, and able to pick up the kill, and then Moonlight Vigil helps put a ton of damage and lockdown onto the rest of UBC to be able to finish off those kills along the way. And now, Aqua is a big problem. That's 7-2. That's 2 items complete at this point. Got the AD Dark Seal in that Ravenous Hydra, and is going to continue to be a thorn in their sides because they don't have anything good to really answer them.
Yeah, still lacking the sort of answer at the moment. You saw the Rift Herald as well. When I'm in that top lane, was a minor annoyance for Aqua. He went ahead, got rid of that. But with the Zerg Dragon up and available, UBC does want to claim that for their own. It'll put them on Soul Point. GCU realizing they can't let that happen. And with Aqua in the wings here, they know that they can take this fight. DCR is already set up and waiting in the bush, looking for the keg fest. They find it. That's a nice breath onto Copium. He's going to go ahead, retreat for now. Down he comes again. Anstat deep thicken things, but down he goes. A double kill for Aqua, and they're just going to run him down. Toast Pillow is going to find DCR here with the Herbal Trust Pass. Looking for more, though. They let him cook, and he might just be delivering us a full 5-star meal. But can he find the damage? No, there's just too many stuns. He will find another kill, but that's all that she wrote as he finally does go down. And Aqua over the wall. He's a menace. He's a murderer. He finds another pick, and now he's looking for Copium. Copium can do nothing but run. He's gonna bait out the air shot. But the turret is still there. Hookshot ran out, and so Aqua has to let him run.
And you can see how this fight develops where GCU Aqua is over the wall. They have vision. UBC can see the effective range of this champion, but still opt into the fight. And Aqua just gets on to Zemi, takes out Zemi, and then is able to turn back around and peel Ansat away from their carries, allowing Clyde Stripe to really start to pop off here. Now 3-1. And they're able to claim the Drake. The power has shifted from the early game of UBC into the scaling of GCU, and it's looking pretty dire here for UBC.
Definitely is here. We'll say though, Toast Pillow, I mean, he's making a little bit of a comeback there, dare I say, with that red form, able to sustain a whole lot. And with only now the Executioner's Calling being grabbed by Aqua, they didn't have any way to stop the healing. DCR is going to need to find a way to stop the damage coming through, and he does exactly that. Anstat does go gold, tries to buy some time, but blesses forward, and down he goes. Quantum Force getting lower and lower. Quantum Pillow's looking for him. Can he find the damage? Yes, he can. A double kill. He is going to go down in return for it, though. Once again, trading his life. Aqua looking for the shutdown. Ace in the hole is going to find the mark, and Clyde Stripe, he gets hit with the root, finds the cleanse, but the Piltover Peacemaker finds his head.
Yeah, the boy is cooking. The Kayn is consistently going 1 for 1 here, as they were going 0 for 1 earlier, which is not where you want to be at. Here, as you said, that red form doing a lot now, 2 items strong, and just creating space for the team. GCU needs to play towards their win con, which is very structured fights around objectives, reduce the volatility around your own jungle, around unnecessary takes. And really just look to scale more into the game and slow down the side of UBC. Don't allow them to keep pressuring you with tempo, as they don't have the most amazing siege in the world. So around these tier 2s, with this wave clear coming more and more online from Clyde Tribes, it's going to be harder for them to answer tier 2s.
A shocking twist of events. Toast Pillow, who at one point was like 0-5, something like that, is now tied with Ansat for the most kills on the team here. 5-8 on the board. He's been doing some damage. That healing that red form grants has been coming in clutch. Obviously, Aqua realizes this has that Executioner's Calling, and as they start building more of these anti-heal items, gonna have to see as Toast Pillow's healing does get reduced here. They might look for some damage here onto Zemi, but it's just the CC chain. There's nothing he can do, and DCR will fall.
Yeah, DCR will fall, and that means that the Baron's open. If there's no smite, you can't have a smite fight here, as they're going to start it up. And Planty has that Bloodthirster completed, has the Ichor Shield to help put out more damage, not only with the BF Sword being in there, but also just be able to heal through a lot of the damage that GCU is looking to put out. It looks as though they're not going to answer the Baron. They're instead going to make the push for that tier 2 and tier 1 in the bot and mid lane, respectively, to try to just get the waves away from their game, away from their base, and kind of slow down the process here.
Understandably so. Toast Pillow looking for the 1v1 fight at the Sankrat. Flashes away. As that shield bow, so he will stay alive. Is going to be safe. But yeah, like you mentioned, right, they just push that bot lane, push that mid lane, looking to make sure that those waves stay as far away from their own turrets as possible. So like you mentioned, the siege potential in itself is lacking a little bit, so GCU should be able to hold their ground if they can just keep these turrets up and healthy.
Now, almost on 2 items for Clyde Stripes is probably a little bit less than 300 gold away from that Infinity Edge, and then we'll be doing a good bit of damage here on 2 items. But mostly, it's just the only range you have is the Caitlyn, is Zemi on this Morgana to really try to look and poke down this tower. But that puts you in the range of so many of the engage tools that GCU have. So this Baron play really probably ends out net neutral, as there's no way to really pressure the tier 3 on the bot side of neither of these tier 2s. They're going to give it a good old college try here.
Respectable. Hey, at the very least, GCU can't have it. You know, if we can't push to take down your turrets, you don't get the Baron either, as they are marching to this mid tier 2 here. The Spider Lane is going to force them to stay away from it for a little bit. Ansat going to go ahead and hijack the explosive cast, and so that pressure in itself, that's going to be enough for them to take down this tier 2. It's the little things, Rector. It's the small victories that matter.
Small victories, and also continuing to push the gold lead at 2K right now. As a Radiant Virtue there on Karma, going to get popped from using the mantra, as they're just going to go ahead and start around this tier 3. Toast Pillow getting that wave in. They always have the option.
Look at Aqua. Look at Aqua, dude. He's deep. He's going deep into the base right now. He's gotten rid of the tier 2 in the top lane, and he's going for that tier 3. And I don't think anyone's seen him yet. There's no way to answer him. Explosive cast knocking everyone aside. A lot of low HP bars. And Toast Pillow is going in deep. He's going in for blood. Find some knockup, and is going to be able to just get on out of there. But look at Aqua, dude. He's got the tier 3 down as well. He's getting in the inhibitor, and they're going to have to send Zemi to answer. They will be able to spook him off, and with this drag up and available now, the rest of UBC is going to back off. But amazingly, even with that Baron buff in the hands of UBC, GCU finds a way to get it done.
Take 2 towers down and an inhibitor for the cost of a tier 2? Yes.
Word.
And a Drake? Sure. Yeah, it's not your soul. We'll take it here. And you can see the look from Toast Pillow started off really good. Clyde Stripes able to use the Severum Moonlight visual to gain a ton of health back. But the glaring problem is that GCU at the moment don't have lockdown without Agua. So Toast Pillow was actually able to just walk away from 4 members strong of GCU and just say, okay, thanks, bye. And that's going to be harder and harder to answer. As we said, Toast Pillow has shown up big here in the mid game from their humble beginnings in the laning phase. Now 5-8 with that Sherelda's Grudge in hand. They are now a formidable solo laner.
Definitely so. It's seeing that with really Aqua, the only one that can sort of match him in any sense of the form here. But regardless, finally get to reach a bit of a lull period here as both of these teams are just gearing up for the next fight. No objectives available on the map, so right now it's just all about controlling these wave states. You're getting them in these optimal positions. You've got these super minions marching down the top lane. That's going to be some free gold and XP here for UBC, and you can see that Ansat is already looking to capitalize.
Ansett only has 2.5 items right now. Opted for the Zanya's second. Worried about the dive and the burst threat here. But curbing their power curve overall by picking that up early. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, you can see all gas, no breaks from the side of GCU. 3.5 items on Agua. That's a lot of damage they've built in. They have the death stance online to help kind of keep that healing up and maybe turn what was 2 kills into 3 in the next team fight.
I won't lie, I would like to see maybe one more anti-heal item come out from one of the members here of GCU, because I mean, we saw, right, if Aqua's not there, Toast Pillow kind of gets to do whatever he wants unless he's locked down for an extended period of time, if Quantum Force can find anything. But he has so many tools for him to escape and to just out-heal, out-sustain, that he seems to get out every single time. Only time will tell, as the rest of GCU does want to keep on building this damage here. These numbers up so they can start taking out these turrets.
You know, I'm not going to hop up on my PowerPoint pedestal here, but one of the problems is that there's just not good anti-heal options for the side of GCU. A lot of the times for a champion like Kane, you want damage over time. You want something that sticks to him to force out the out-of-combat healing that he gets from the Shadow Step. And nobody really has that. Maybe if you were Morgana and Zimmy was playing for the enemy team, that would be great with that Leandri's Torment. But honestly, it sounds like the best way and the biggest way you're going to do any damage to him is just by keeping him in the fight. I think CC is your best anti-heal at this point. That's just my take on it. You're allowed to, you know, Echo, you're allowed to say it. All right, copium, but...
A little copium, nah, absolutely. I see exactly what you mean, man. Clyde Tribes is going to go ahead, though, and pick up Executioner of his own here. Like, at least get some of that down as well.
Yeah, I will say, moral reminder, amazing item now for ADCs in the sense that you do have anti-heal, but you also get that armor pin. You're not going to have the Giant Slayer bonus passive like you would with Lord Dominic's, but there's not a lot of health stackers on the enemy team. So overall, makes sense to be able to try to cut down on these targets here. As we're going to have to see as we kind of go forward a bit, continuing just to trade around these waves, a minute 20 until the next Drake is up. This is Seoul for UBC, and they have the world in their hands. They can make the decision to walk over and just take the Baron and say you can have a free Drake, or try to win on both sides.
Aqua gonna force a response from Toast Pillow here in this bot lane. So overall, I'm really looking to make them first move just yet, but like you said, right, UBC kind of has the map in their hands. They can make the call, whatever they want to do. They can opt to give over 2 extra drags to GCU to stall it out if they so please. If they want to grab that Baron, or if they feel that they want the soul right here, right now, they can grab it in 41 seconds. Only time truly will tell here, as Quantum Force did get locked up. Bit of damage did come through, but not going to find anything just yet.
Nothing just yet. Continuing to push over the side lane. The question is Toast Pillow stronger than Aqua now? As they continue to go back and forth, we might just get to find the answer.
Yeah, I don't think he's there quite just yet. Aqua is still the master of the top lane right now. The student has not eclipsed the master just yet. However, we're seeing the move onto the Baron here. GCU is saying, nah, we're going to decide our own destiny, and they're going to go ahead and start it up. While the rest of UBC forces are in this bot side right now, they're just going to maybe trade it, go for Soul itself. Ansett might look for something, maybe look for a cheeky kill here or there, but I don't think he's really going to find anything, and he knows exactly that. He's just going to be waiting in the wings. He sees an opportune moment. He's just going to go ahead and hijack the ulti away, but they still the drag's down. Oh my god. They will go ahead and grab that drag, so the soul point goes over, and they are going to lose DCR. They lose a whole lot of members here, though. Repel from Copium to stay in that back line, but Aqua's right on top of him. Down he goes. We're going to lose Toast Pillow as well. CC really is your best anti-heal. Clyde Tribes just barely getting out of that one alive, but I can't say the same for Ansett, as down he goes. And Zemi, once again, is the only man left standing. He's starting the back. They're looking for him, but they don't know he's in the bush, and he'll be the only one who gets to live to tell the tale.
And you can see the red side pings already coming down. Tier 2 mid, Tier 1 mid, Tier 3 bot. Go, go, go. You've got semi-good wave states and a timer of at least, 20 seconds until Toast Pillow is back up. But the dive too deep There you go. CC is your best friend, as they're going to start picking up a lot of standing gold with this play. They're really going to balloon this out. You have to think, how much gold do they have after a team fight? Plus 2 towers. 3 towers now.
Yeah, just you saying, listen, man, this is how you use a bear in a siege. As they're looking to take out all the turrets on the map. Aqua does get forced off from that tier 3. However, the gold that they are able to accrue has allowed Senkrad to go ahead and pick up the IE. Looks like he had that BF sword in his inventory there as well. I was a little curious looking to build that one into, but I'd assume maybe just some kind of a GA now that he has that stop. So wait and see.
There's a lot of questions going on there. He's doing some window shopping. Yeah, I think GA would be really smart at this point, because Syncrad knows what that should mean, and that is, hopefully, you just go sicko mode and hope your team covers you when you come out of the revive animation here, as we did get that full Mortal Reminder done on Clyde Stripes. 200 years has theoretically been achieved, 60% crit now on top of that Infinity Edge, meaning that those auto attacks are going to do a lot here, as he does have the Calibrum available.
Those pillows does a lot of damage himself, though. Did get quite a bit. Ace in the hole is going to land on Clyde Stripes there, taking him a little bit low with no red gun. Got to heal up per se with just the mini, so he's going to have to wait, stay back in this fight. As Ansat is here as well. All these members of UBC that are looking to dive in, looking for picks. Hijacks the explosive cast, and that's just another tool in UBC's arsenal to get deep.
Yeah, that is the Void Staff complete on Anstat as well. So these AP scaling is going to be a bit wild, to say the least, as they went out on pressure over the mid lane. Was rotations kind of coming through in this 1-3-1 setup, as they're going to start to fall back as they're 4 members strong. Syncrad opting out of the top lane and saying, we'll kind of pressure over this tier 3, as the wave bot lane is almost matched up with it.
It is. Oh my god, Zemi. Taking down a half HP there. Waiting in the wings. They find the cask. Only going to find Syncrad, but doesn't get the Abscond and Abduct here. And so with Ansett looking to go in, won't find anything. He's able to go gold. Will stay alive. Can't say the same for Syncrad. Down he goes. They find all the tools, and they take him out. They go in though. DCR dove in too deep and pays the price, and UBC is looking to bring this thing back. Ace in the hole onto Aqua. It's gonna pop the Sterax shield there, so that's gonna be down as well. And Toast Pillow, he wants blood. Quantum knows it, so he's gonna go ahead and find the stun. Aqua with a hook shot over the wall as well will keep him alive. They find the cocoon onto Clyde. He's gonna have to use that cleanse. So for now, they just have to hold this tier 3.
Man, there's no wave. The wave's incoming. They're going to get the trap set up on blue, purple. Not the best combination for Clyde Stripes, as they're going to try to make their stand.
Finds the hook shot, or will trespass as well onto Aqua here. A lot of damage does come through, and Aqua's got to be careful. He's got to sidestep so many different abilities. Hook shot, though, gets canceled. And Toast Pillow picks up the kill. Goes gold to reset turret aggro. And he wants even more kills. He's going to find them all, along with Ansat, who picks up a double kill. Syncrad in the 1v1. Make that a 1v0, because they're going to go ahead and drop Toast Pillow finally.
This is looking like the beginning of the end. The tenacity of UBC will not be deterred here, as DCR is going to make a duo approach with Syncrad. A lot of work to be done. The exploding cask almost takes out the support.
Ansat does go down. Cake Slayer not going to be enough to keep him alive. Syncrad's burning lower and lower, but down he goes. It's up to DCR to hold the line, but he cannot do so. And now with Planty able to free fire on the turret, it's looking all but over as UBC claim game number 1.
Planty was just kind of a quiet hero in this. The beginning of the end for them was Planty just going F key, or W key, not F, W keying forward, getting his last auto attacks off, and just showing why they are 2-1. I said they needed to be tenacious. They had to be proactive early on. Wasn't the cleanest early game, but as you could see, they were able to hold the lead for all about everything except for 5 minutes, maybe, of what was a 35-minute game.
Listen, look at that damn Toast Pillow, man. We had to let the boy cook. It was looking drastic early on, but Toast Pillow, he knew, man. He was going to come back later in the game. He said, listen, boys, just trust. I'll be back when you need me most. 28.2k damage coming through. most out of anyone in the game, even Aqua as well. Look at those gold graphs as well. Do you got those minor dips when the team fights went in GCU's favor and the UBC is able to just take it all back?
Yeah, I say it was a really strong game from the side of UBC. If I was in the locker room and I was talking to GCU and saying, hey, this is what you need to change for game 2. One, put more options in your team fight. You have a Night Harvester, Gragas, who, if he goes in, great. He's probably not going to come back out because he has no resistances in the book. And then you have the Radiant Virtue Karma, who, same thing. If you switch that out with, say, a Sejuani Nautilus, it's a very different game. Don't know if that's in their kits, but you need a little bit more frontline and tanking because your only real option was for Agua in the top lane to say, I'm going to flank them, and then I'm going to peel, and then I'm going to do all these things to make a team fight possible. But the sheer damage just evaporates DCR, and then there goes your engage, there goes all of your peel tools in the blink of an eye, as we saw in that last team fight.
Yeah, I think on the flip side, UBC's gonna listen. Toast Pillow, we're gonna let you cook. We're gonna let you in the kitchen. Just try and mitigate the kitchen fires here and there, right? Maybe just take it a little easier. We don't need all this death. It's a little needless, but regardless, he got the job done. The silent hero that was the Caitlyn, right? Just marching down, finding those free auto attacks. We knew the bot lane was gonna be incredibly oppressive. It was exactly that. Didn't see as many of these dives coming through from Lil Copium right in this bot lane because it kind of felt like he really had to be everywhere at once almost.
Yeah, I think if they streamlined a little bit more, maybe a little bit less cooking on the top side, or maybe just a less need to win lane champions in the bottom side of the map, and give them 2 fronts to fight on, not 3, so they can kind of clean up what was the mid game and not turn over the gold lead as much. I'd like to see, I guess, a bit more dominance out of them by just making it less if-then statements. If Caitlyn wins lane, then we get to do this. If Toast Pillow doesn't go 0-5, then we get to do this. Just limit your options a little bit and make it a little bit more linear to play on.
Well, we'll have to wait and see as the teams are getting ready to get into draft for game number 2. We're going to throw to a quick break as we wait for them to be prepped and ready to go. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
I'm here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to late, to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. change, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learn to hate. Forgot your
All right, and we're back as we're waiting to get into some more League of Legends action here after what was a tumultuous game number one, Rector. Let's put it that way. A lot of ups and downs, a lot of strange moments, a lot of dark ancient tech that, quite frankly, I don't know if I ever want to see again. It was a little too spooky for me. Can we just put it back in the box and just like seal it, throw it away, something like that?
No, they're gonna bring it out again unless it's banned. I'm sure of it. If you pick Kane top blind, yeah, they're just gonna pick it if it's open. That's what you got to think. You can't put the cat back in the bag. But it'll be a question if UGC have a better answer into it, because I think the laning phases all went pretty well overall. Maybe some change-ups in the jungle to kind of be able to curb the tenacious offense of Ruby. But overall, like, you got to think, if you're a UBC fan, the most dire consequences for losing are out of the way. So you've already played like one of the most all-in, have-to-win type compositions. So technically everything from here should be a bit easier.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting comp coming through, right? All gas, no brakes, it felt like. And unfortunately, the tank just wasn't large enough. There were some good showings early on, especially with Anstedt, right? He was doing a great job. He was getting that prio in the mid lane as well, using that to roam to these other lanes, but just started falling short here and there a little bit, and that just kind of accumulated, I feel like, into a position like you mentioned, right? You cannot afford to let any single one of those lanes fall behind. Lil Copium knew that, and that kind of, it feels like, stretched his resources a little bit thin, right? He had to be everywhere all the time, and you can't, you're only one jungler. You can't do that. One jungler, 3 lanes. I'm not good at math, but the math don't math. The math doesn't math.
No, the math doesn't math, and that's the hard part for DCR on the opposite side, is that Lil Copium wants to be everywhere, wants to be diving. And so that kind of takes away from a champion like Gragas, who wants to kind of get to level 6. A lot of that combo relies off the explosive cask into the Last Whisper. And when it hit, man, it hit different. Anstat just went kablooey. But they weren't able to get that online anymore into the mid game because there was just so much dive threat. There was just so much going on in your face. And they were never able to be proactive with the composition. They were always being reactive.
Yeah, it was a little bit rough. Definitely want to see some jungle changes coming through here. Get a little more of that prio going, though. You mentioned before you were kind of eyeing the Sejuani. Does that still stand as something you want to see?
Yeah, I think Sejuani, Maokai, like any of the tank junglers, given like Righteous Virtue, my goodness. I'm losing it. That's not even an
I like
item.
that more, honestly. I like that name a lot more.
Yeah.
Righteous Virtue sounds way cooler.
Yeah, Radiant Virtue did receive some nerfs, taking away a lot of the percent healing from it, being on low health, as well as the ability haste, but still a solid item. And same thing for Demonic Embrace, both of them just being brought a little bit more in line. But those are two champions that synergize so well with Radiant Virtue because they use their ultimates to start off a lot of fights. They are low econ. They don't have to do a lot to just get that power in the game. And there's not a whole lot of champions out there that can really kind of stand toe-to-toe with them and say, I'm going to force you off of resources. It requires priority in lane. It requires rotations to make happen that I don't know if UBC has it in the tank, per se. Even with the priority they had in the mid lane, it's a little bit of Lil Copium kind of getting walked all around the map here. So it felt more like they were playing for their laners as opposed to their laners playing for them. That equaled into kind of that power deficit to where we talked about Lil Copium in the early game, but as we hit the mid to late, I think the only times that they were mentioned was when they were running away from the fight.
Yeah, definitely so here. But let's get right to the draft, Director. We're in it. Let's get it started already. Got to point out GCU, UBC, the side swap coming through. GCU is going to be on blue side this time around. Was it a blue side gap, Director? Was that what it is?
I don't know if you can call it a blue side gap with a B5 with B5 Kane. I don't know if you're allowed to call that a draft gap, but we're getting some very, very different looks. And while I don't have the draft law in front of me, I can tell you right now, there's about zero chance that Toastpella picked the Yorick into Irelia because Irelia is a super hard counter to Yorick because she can use that Blade Dance to just take out each one of the underlanes as she goes.
sauce you the draft law real quick so you can take a look at it there in the DMs. There you go. You can see what's going down. Yeah, overall, that's looking like it's going to be quite the rough lane here in this top side for the York to handle. Overall, though, the release is coming through once again, but this time around, DCR is the one that's picking it up. And Sencreb, my boy, he's picking up the Echo. Respect to him, but Anstat with the response right, the Yon. It's gonna be a tough lane. It's not unwinnable, but it's gonna be a tough lane.
I was gonna say, with somebody who has the name Echo, I'm gonna ask you all the Echo related questions because we haven't gotten a lot of Echo mid. Generally, when we've seen Echo kind of more in the meta, I feel like it's always been as the jungle variant. So seeing him in the mid lane from Syncrad, big respect there. As we've got a little bit of a different look altogether in these compositions. The side of UBC, a lot easier kind of composition. You hit the Glacial Prison, and congratulations. Then you hit the Sealed Fate, and then both of the bot laners are in the background, like a that meme from the comic books where it's like random stuff go. They're just throwing out skill shots. So it's pretty easy with Toastpello going to be out there in side lane if they're able to, because I think that's the huge piece here is that Toastpello showed not a strong early game can become something glorious in the mid to late, but York's not a team fight champion. York's not somebody you want to group. You want them to take towers on the top side. You want them to do cheeky things like be able to take the Baron solo at 20 minutes. That's what you want out of your York. You don't want your York have to be forced to be with 5, but if you're 0-5 as York, you're not allowed to go see Aurelia, not even be on their screen.
Yeah, Toastpillow was like, listen, man, I need a break. He did a great job of keeping us on the edges of our seats in game number 1. And he was like, listen, that's enough for me. I need something a little bit easier here. I'm just going to send it. I'm just going to split push all game. What are they going to do? Try and stop me? They do that. They're going to be a man, 2 men down on other objectives, other team fights. We can take advantage of that. We can make things happen. Or it is Toastpillow, right? So maybe he's going to play some crazy new style that we have never seen before. He's got the box of Dark Tech. So, and that box seems it's quite big. So I wouldn't put it past him to do something crazy. That's all I'm going to say.
I'm just going to go ahead and say it's probably on my bingo card to see if we're going to have a Prowler's Claw York top. That is, that's on my bingo card. No. You can take an over-under on that.
Scratch that. Get that out of there, dude. That sounds, I don't even know how I feel about that, but we're on the Rift Rector. Well, let's get this thing going. Game number 2 is underway. GCU and UBC throwing hands for the second time around. I'm seeing that NECC 2 is hitting us with the raid. What's going on, fellas? What's going on? For those that have missed it, UBC picked up game number 1 after one hell of a fight. And with it being a best of 3, they only need one more win to get the W here. And that means that GCU's backs are up against the wall. And accordingly, they're going to play it safe this time around. Just a 5-man setup.
At 5-man setup, Quantum Force does get an early ward down in the Tri-Brush and backs for that scanner. Big deal about that is trying to control the bushes. That's what they want to do. This is a kill lane as opposed to just a pushing lane. As they are going to make their way down, try to get into that far bush, level 1. Take advantage of the fact that Planty on this Ezreal, not a whole lot. Does have the PTA when Zimmy on the Arcane Comet. They have some tenacity to fight, but it looks as though they're going to actually all get there around the same time. So this could be some fun level 1 shenanigans.
Ooh. Okay. Not going to be the full squad, but a 2-on-2 I'll take nonetheless as they walk right in. Oh, but the hook is going to go far. Clyde gets hit with the Ignite. Free firing from Planty. Won't quite find Q there, but ultimately does find a little bit of damage. And already, Light Stripes, incredibly low, has to pop the pot. Held onto the heal, so he's going to have that available for the next engagement. Finds the hook. They're still not done trading, perhaps. Critical Protocol does find the mark. So ultimately, no kills, but already some action. I like to see it.
Yeah, some early action. All 4 members of the bot lane all took biscuit delivery, and you see it pop at the same time. Just a funny little thing there, as we've got some hard terrain up here on the top side too. Agua, in the early game, is going to have a little bit of struggles. Needs to get some point into that Q, and then have the Flawless Duet on top of it to be able to kind of dash around, get that Ionian Fever stack up. That's kind of the game plan here, as I said. Oh yeah, she counters, because she can kill the corpses but it's going to take a little bit of time to get to there. So this is kind of those Pello's turn to try to push the advantage. It's a little Copium. Nice little in-lane gank. No vision down.
I like this. I like this level 3. Gonna be looking to find something here in the top lane. Also a little bit of trading coming through here, but I'm not interested in that. I want to see what's going down bot. Little Copium set up and waiting, but if he steps into that next brush, will be spotted. Seems like they have the mark on it, so he knows that it is there. As DCR is looking for a gank, doesn't find the cocoon. A nice little 1-2 sidestep by Toast Pillow, gonna keep him alive. Anchor does find the stun, doesn't quite. There we go. Finds the third proc. He's gonna be able to zoom on out of there. Unfortunately, the little Copium says, I can only give up so much time. I gotta get moving. They might just move into the mid lane.
Just continue to watch more and more fighting. Zemi's gonna catch something here.
Yeah, he's here now. Finds the stun. Ignite goes forward as well. Has to look for the shield. And a beautiful play from Senkrat. Will still go down at the end of the day, but at least they secure first blood into the hands of DCR.
Yeah, nice little 1-for-1 there. It's like you said, that Z drive back in.
Indeed it is. And Zemi's about to be right back out of it. Down he goes to the hands of Clyde Tripes. Planty, do nothing but watch.
Yeah, not a lot of gas in the tank here for the Ezreal early on. Even burns the heal to try to save the support, but doesn't work out. Now DCR knows what to do.
Yep, it is called Pounce, Collapse, Kill, Maim, Destroy, but he's not going to find it. He finds a lot of damage. Doesn't quite find the kill, though. Going to grab that ward. Probably going to head back, but regardless, the bot lane is becoming more and more choking here for Planty and Zemi. First of all, we saw last game.
Caitlyn's a powerful champion here in the meta and continuing to show why. You can play her with pushing lanes. You can play her in kill lanes. The only thing you can't do is sit back and scale. But even that has become a little bit more relevant now with the IE changes here. As Toast Pillow starting to feel some of the pain of the Irelia here from Aqua.
He is Senkrat doing his best to just try and run Anstat around the turret as he does wait for DCR to make the rotation on over. Maybe they're going to look for the gank here, but Zemi's there as well, so it is going to be a 2-on-2 if they look for something here. Priming up the parallel convergence. Not going to find the mark, though. Quantum Force is here. Finds the Flay. Bit of damage comes through. The Mantra Q does damage, though. The Ignite comes out, and Anstat is looking for some kind of a pick. He will not find it, though. He's able to lend the assist, though. And it's going to go over to Zemi. Now, Lil Copium is here. No Rappel available just yet for DCR. Is he going to pay the price? Is the question. The answer is going to be no.
Oh man, and Senkrat with that kind of hero play there with the parallel convergence, just to say if you walk in, you're gonna get stunned. Don't go into my no-no space, and they kind of slow that down, make it end up going positively towards the side of GCU, who are looking a lot stronger here in the early game with these laning assignments. Ooh, Senkrat. About to feel Sin bad.
Yeah. Okay, that was I'll give you that was pretty good. It was almost an Arcane Comet diff there. The Mantra Q just hits different, man. But ultimately, Senkrat is going to stay alive for that one. Anstat just going to chase Quantum Force off back over to his spot. Say, go back where you came. Go back to bot lane, man. Get out of here.
Now it's the top side.
Oh, yeah. Engagement starts. Vanguard Edge gets dropped. And look at that damage. Aqua does have to flash away. And DCR secures the kill.
That is what Aqua can do in this matchup. You see how she just circumvents the majority of the kit, as now Senkrat's going to have a heavy trade. The kiddie pool doesn't matter. The ghouls don't matter. Able to just dash their way through almost all of them. I think towards the end there, did use the second proc on the uneasy, so her Q did go on cooldown, which is why those last ghouls didn't kind of die along the way too. But nonetheless, has the Vampiric Scepter in their pocket. Here with more gold to spin on reset.
Basically full build. There we go. I really ramped up there. Basically full build. We're gonna have to wait and see what he can make happen with. More importantly, though, DCR, man, already 3 kills in the tank here. 3-0. He's got that Anstat going from game number 1. Let's see if he can make more happen with it. As that first drag is gonna go down to the hands of UBC, however.
Yeah, UBC continuing to stack up the first strike of the game. That's been true in game 1, true in game 2. 100% convergence there. We love to see at least consistency, as this bot lane has been very contentious. It's been going back and forth, and I know like they got the kill in the first one, but since...
I got a really nice parallel convergence there. Got timed up. Ignite did come out, but ultimately not quite going to be enough. And with Chrono Break being available, Anset's not going to look for the dive there. They are, however, going to look for the damage here in this bot lane, but they don't find it. Now, Clyde Traps and DCR are going to be on the run. Montague does follow. The slow is still there. Even if you flash from it, DCR gets slowed up as well. Ultimately, no one's going to go down, though. Pops the ulti. True Shot Barrage finds the mark. They grab the first kill. Mystic Shot finds the target, but doesn't find the damage numbers. And so DCR is going to live to crawl another day.
And that is the beauty of Sejuani. Just slows, CC, the Glacial Prison, all those different elements put together there in one nice little package that equals the death of Clyde Stripes, who we were feeling so good about, but now is 1-1. No bounty to be had on their head.
No bounty. Aqua, bit of a trade with Toast Pillar. The little kids are looking to do some damage, and they do quite a bit. But ultimately, nothing quite going to come out of it just yet. Has been somewhat tame other than that first gank up top. However, with Copium on the way there, Fate Seal's not quite going to fight Sankrat, though, and the Sankrat might just feel bad, like you mentioned, but he's able to dash away from the Z drive. Not going to find it. The stun on Aqua, however, does find its mark. The kids jump on him as well. The baby cage not quite going to find him, but it doesn't matter. You know why? Because they got the damage. No way that he survives this. He's running for his life, and he knows it's all over.
That was almost the great escape. I don't know why they kind of turned around there. It's now Syncrad's the one who's going to need some fancy feet.
He does stampede forward, finds the first slow, has the Chrono Break available, can use it if needed, does get stunned up, but with the Lantern being dropped, Syncrad's going to be A-okay.
Hey, we love people who click on the Lantern. We are huge fans of that. As you can see, the burst damage in Syncrad's kit right now, just with that Hextech Alternator, is pretty large, but Toast Pillow has found their dear old friend. They have the Maiden, they have a Wave, and they have a Tower.
Ultra Q does find the slow, weren't quite able to get the Glacial Prison to come through. So Syncrat is going to stay alive, but that's just that constant threat from Lil Copium, right? You see him on the lane, he can press R at any time, stun you up, and the rest of the UBC squad, it's just clean pickings for them.
Yeah, the easiest target to hit is one that is stunned. I will take that every day of the week here, and that's the main goal, is that in these team fights, Lil Copium is going to be the one who's going to start it off. It's what we're expecting to be a 4v4 with Aqua and Tospel in side lane, is the Glacial Prison into the Sealed Fate, or Fate Unsealed. And that just kind of be the wombo combo to just pick somebody off right then and there, and then just kind of take care of the rest as they spread to the winds.
So overall, though, it feels like a much more tamed, even game this time around. The kills are spread out on the side of UBC. DCU, however, still 3 kills on DCR. Has yet to actually go down, give that shutdown to anyone, but has yet to really take full effect of it. And right as I say that, they find it. Propel as well to dodge the True Shot Barrage. Ignite comes down onto Planty. DCR is going to walk off into the sunset. While Clyde Tribe, okay, I was a little worried there. Clyde Tribe does find the pick. Aqua is going to go down as well. It's just death and despair everywhere you look.
Yeah, there is a lot going on in this match, to say the least here. But the big point that I think is that the gold score is exactly even. It is dead even. Oh, now there's about 300 gold diff. Whatever. It's even. 300 gold doesn't mean that much in the grand scheme of things. It's been both sides of the map here. As we look across the lanes, it's really the biggest disparity there in the bottom side, with almost 1,000 gold between Clyde Tripes and Planty.
Flash forward, though. Fate Seal not quite going to find the pick there. The heal does come through, and it keeps DCR alive. Not trying to say the same for Sankrat. Has to use the ulti, flash back over the wall, and DCR finds the stun. Oh, he's still going to be able to trade and go 1-for-1, though.
Hey, we'll take that after what was a very scary looking fight there. I think it was the big raptor getting killed that actually gave DCR the heal to survive through the ignite. Feels like they're gonna go for it.
I think they might just go for it. Ace in the hole finds Anstat, but not gonna find any sort of follow-up here from Sencrad to wait for that chrono break to be up and available. You know what else is up and available, Rektor? This next dragon here, the Mountain Drag, is up for the taking. And UBC is already looking to start clearing some vision, setting up some vision of their own. Maybe even get it started up here. As Lil Copium is on his way down. They can see Sencrad with the recall. They're going to go ahead and drop the Herald as well, just to make sure they can shift as much attention as possible.
Yeah, they're definitely getting the attention shift, and they're the better one out of that last exchange for having the priority on Drake first. But it looks like they're going to go all in on this mid lane turret. At least get the local gold over to Zemi and Copium as they head down to pick up the second Drake. And we got to wonder, first was Kimtech, now Mountain. Is it a Cloud Soul game?
I hope not, man. I'm praying right now to the dragon gods. Do not give me a Cloud Soul, but only time will tell as this dragon HP bar is going down. It's down to 3k. Gonna look to pull it out slightly. DCR, Collect Stripes, and Quantum Force are on the scene with Sencrad. Gonna be following up sooner than later here with this dragon. Almost out of commission here. They're gonna look to pull Copium back, but he's able to dash back to the drag, hit the smite, and secure it. It's gonna be an Infernal Drag, but most importantly, it's gonna be an all-out team fighter as Anstet finds quite a bit of damage. True Shot Orion finds the mark as well, but they're able to pull him backwards. A nice parallel convergence finds a double stun, and they're able to capitalize. Sencrad going deep on top of Anstet, but is gonna have to chrono break to get out of that one alive. DCR looking for the damage, is gonna find it. Little Copium, last man standing, and the last man to go into the grave.
That was a wild team fight. Now we get a 1v1 on the top side.
Oh my
Toast
god,
Pello's
it
looking
doesn't
bad.
end, man. It doesn't end. Aqua just said, screw your kids, screw them kids. I'm taking you out, and I'm taking your turret too.
Yeah, you can see, like I said, Aqua can just circumvent the entire kit. And look at the healing coming back here. Blade of the Rune King online. The situation has changed a bit. What do you think about Toast Pello's build? We've got a Ravenous Hydra. That already feels like one step closer. Serena Dirk, Longsword.
I was going to go as long as possible without pointing it out. I did not want to give you that. I did not want to admit that it might just be the Prowler's Claw Yorick angle, but it's looking like it the longer this game goes.
It's probably just Eclipse, since they made the changes to take the Omni Vamp out of it. Same thing as the rest of the quote-unquote assassin items. Here is, oh my gosh, Quantum.
Wow. That was a beautiful hook. Nice timing coming through, but is it going to be enough? I beg to differ here. The root comes through from Sencrad. He is ignited, and the Mantra Q finds the mark. Down he goes. You can hook as many people as you want. Quantum Force. It doesn't matter. Finds the hook once again. Pulls Zemi back. And Seth looks for more, but has to back off. Zemi incredibly low flash forward, though. And Clyde Tribe does find the mark. The True Shot Barrage will take a victim of its own. Quantum Force is going to fall, and it's just a back-to-back-to-back-to-back kill.
Quantum Force playing 5D chess with all of these hooks so far. I know they said they upped the, they gave a cooldown reduction to his Q, but my goodness, that was so many in a row.
Finding the mark on all of them as well. Ace in the hole finds the mark as well onto Handset. And down he goes into the hands of Clyde Tripe.
Yeah, that was, by the way, 6-1 on Clyde Tripe. Just solo killed the enemy mid laner. I feel like that needs to be said, but Aqua not feeling as good right now.
He's not running to this turret, trying to buy time for DCR to get there. But the Yorick Q sees the deal. The healing comes through. DCR's going to look for something, but that maiden damage, man, it hurts. That box is there as well, though. And DCR going to pick up the kill.
DCR able to get the kill on that. But you can see what happens in the side lane. Aqua really has to pay attention to those cooldowns. Really has to play around those extremely harsh, because as soon as the Q is on the cooldown, as soon as the Flawless Duet's on cooldown, that's when it's the kid's chance to strike. And Toast Pello can do a hot bit. Now has 2 out of the 3 items. No, 3 out of the 3 items for an Eclipse. So it looks like my Prowler's Claw dream is just that, a dream that I will hopefully never see in solo queue. Knock on wood.
Just to be safe. Gotta make sure you don't see that. But yep, he's gonna be looking to build that. Importantly though, objectives yet to grab, and so now Wave control is the name of the game. Look at that vision line though in the river. Oh my god, they really just have it warded up.
Yeah, they are not playing any games around this second Herald. It'll be a very important thing because that getting in York's hands, that's your tier 2 and your tier 3 gone.
Yep. Before you even know it as well, you just see like, oh, a turret has been destroyed. Oh, another turret has been destroyed. You looking like your top lane is just gone. They're in the base like we saw in game number 1, right? Aqua was just straight up split pushing while the entire enemy team was sieging their mid tier 2. Aqua was like, I mean, okay, I'll take your tier 2 and your tier 3 and your inhibitor while I'm at it.
I can just do kind of whatever I want at this point, as he's now down in the bottom lane thinking just that. Split push away. Do not group with Yorick. Just let Yorick do his own thing. He's one of the few champions I think still out there that it's not the worst thing in the world to build the split push item, the hole breaker.
The hole breaker? Yeah.
But we'll have to see what direction they end up going here.
Like it's going to be a bit of an objective trade here as GCU has opted to start up for the second Herald heal while moment Copium is still in the bot side of the jungle here with this drag being up in 10 seconds. It would put UBC onto Soul Point. With this timing, honestly, GCU might be able to come over and contest the drag as well.
They're going to look to do it. If they got the pick on Toastpello, that would be a great start, but looks as though he's going to be able to slink away as they do drop this Rift Herald in the mid lane as the precursor, as the setup to try to force it out, but they're just on the Drake.
Yeah, this is screw. We're getting this thing done. Down it goes. UBC pick up the third Drake of the match here. They are now on Soul Point. Little Copium going to drop the ulti there on Quantum to make sure he can't look for any deep hooks as the Herald is going to crash into this tier 1. Down it goes. Can they stop the crash into the tier 2? I hate to say no, they cannot. It crashes in. Down it goes. That's a turret off the board.
Now that is a good kind of counterplay from him. Still extremely close here. A gold lead has slipped a little bit more than that 300 we were talking about earlier. Now the siege begins.
Indeed, it does. Parallel Converge is not going to find any marks, but with that tier 2 down now as well, the map has been exponentially opened up for GCU. Now they can really start roaming around, hiding in these bushes. I'm still looking at that tier 1 in the top lane. It is not looking healthy, Regdor.
No, definitely didn't eat its Wheaties this morning. And this is the comp. This is the comp that wants a lack of vision and wants you to have to face check. I mean, look at all of the burst and CC in the kits from the side of GCU. If those 4 members stack up in any one bush and you walk to it, there's no way you're getting out. There's zero chance here. As now Aqua is going to be down here on the bot side against Anstat.
No minions to stack the Qs up on. Just relying on the auto attacks itself. Looking for more. Has 2 of the Qs stacked up though. Bit of damage does come through. Goes, finds the Fate Seal with the Ignite as well. And nothing Aqua can do. Take your hands away from your keyboard.
Yeah, the Q3 into the Fate Seal definitely sealed the fate. And I don't think Zenkrat's going to have that great of a time up here with Dospello. Just going to use the Q there to try to slow down and maybe trim up this wave a bit.
Yeah, that's a great thing. So he's had to pick up that second item so he can really start dealing with the waves. Once he has that AP, it is going to make holding these waves incredibly easy. With the Time Winder, able to take out most of those minions, but oh my god. What was that damage? My man just pressed Q and deleted Sankrat.
Whoa, but look at that damage.
DCR is looking to do the same. The repel to make sure he doesn't get put in the baby cage. Quantum looks for the hook, but misses, and that spells the demise of DCR. And Toast Pillow walks off saying, nice try.
I think I cursed this in the draft by saying that I really is a counter. It's still a true statement. It's still real, but comma space.
Contrary to what this match would have you believe, it is a counter. Anstat needs to look for some kind of a counter move to escape Aqua. Needs to find another Q3. Has it available, but look who's waiting for him. Yeah, it's the one and only Quantum Force. And Clive as well. They grab themselves that, but Anstat has bought some time, and now the Baron has been started up. Toast Pill is here as well. And with DCR just coming out of base, this should be a fairly secured Baron. Can't have a smite fight with no smite like you always say. And there we go. It's secured, but now the team fight really begins. They find the stun. Lil Copium, though, is pretty damn tanky. They gotta get past him, gotta get in deep. Sencrad was looking for it, but has to go gold. They get on Toast Pillow. They shut him down. That's a huge member out of the fight. Sencrad waiting for the E to get back over the wall as Lil Copium looks to hold the line, trying to buy time for Planty to get out of there. Has to flash forward. They do find the damage. They find the cocoon. Can they find Planty, though? The answer's going to be no. Instead, they have Zemi backed under the turret, excuse me, with his back to the corner there. But they are going to find Quantum Force with a beautifully placed Mythic shot. Nicely done. Oh my god, the Mantra Q, though, does so much damage. That might be exactly what they needed. Lil Copium does get stunned up. Not going to be able to move forward. Trying to find some more Q damage here. Does find it. Doesn't quite find the kill, though. DCR's looking for him. Ignites down. The root comes through, and Zemi will not die.
The side of UBC played so well around the safe zone they had between the tier 1 and the tier 2, and the overstep of GCU turned what was once a winning fight into sadness and dismay. Look where the top wave is at for the side of UBC, already pressuring onto this tier 3. The same on the bottom side around that tier 2, and this just sets up beautifully for the siege. Can anybody kill Toast Pillow in side lane? I don't think that there's somebody. They need to buff up. They need to be 2v1, and they need to get 6 seconds of CC down to be able to take out this Yorick, this madman with a shovel.
Yeah, we saw it in that fight, right? They had to send everything they had to take out Toast Pillow. They had to physically back him into the back of the pit in order to take him out, and they had to expend so many resources on just doing that they didn't have anything left for the upcoming fights, and ultimately they just crashed and burned. We're seeing the same thing happening to Clyde here. He is burning. Tick, tick, the ignite comes down, and the shield doesn't come out soon enough. Down he will go, and Sat will give his life for the shutdown on Clyde Tripes, and that is a huge member off the board. This next dragon is up and available, and it would be sold for UBC if they can grab it. And now look at the backline. Toast Pillow, dude, he's on his way. The meta. Dun, 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 dun. Now they see him and they know death is coming. They find the CC chain. They're looking for the damage. Toast Pillow can't move. And he is going to find one mark. It will be Xangred. Down he goes. With DCR off the board, that's no smite for the fight. And now they're looking for more. Aqua goes down. Planty's able to free fire. Sencrad's next on the list. Chrono break into the backline onto Planty, but he's able to just arcane shift his way on out of there and put the hurt onto Sencrad. Feels bad. And now with this fourth drag in the possession of UBC, that's going to be sold for him.
Yeah, you can see UBC plays this team fight so well. Toast Pillow knew that he was making a one-way trip. I mean, you're a gravedigger. You know the signs. But like you said, they burnt almost every key cooldown in order to take out Yorick. And that just makes the team fight so much easier for Lil Copium to just soak up in the front of there. Has the Warmogs online on top of that Radiant Virtue. Now all they need is a Redemption in their pocket and they're full build. Even then, 2 items strong, Lil Copium is doing more than enough to just stalwart stop any sort of aggression onto the carries.
Yeah, and it's allowing Planty to just straight up free fire from these backlines, right? Doesn't even have the Mythic available, but it's just putting so much hurt onto them. The Essence Reaver recently buffed, right? Got that extra damage on it. The Navori Quick Blades as well with the chains that came through. Feels so much better for most of the ADCs, and we're seeing exactly why. He can put so much hurt on any member of GCU, provided he's given the time to do so. As Ann said, has to be careful there, was looking for something. Sencrad's time might be up, though, if he's not careful. The kid jump on him, so much damage. Oh my god. Toast Pillow, one more kid finds the mark, and Sencrad goes down. Same story for the tier 2 in the mid lane. Doesn't quite find the hook. Planted with the Mystic shot. Doesn't find the last one. He won't find the kill. But they got the minion wave. They got the stats. And they are looking to take this tier 3. And I don't think anyone's going to stop them anytime soon.
They've got two tier 3s going down right now. This is the base defense. Is the next one's about to fall.
Man. Make it 3, honestly, because that top one isn't looking healthy. Aqua is able to shove them off. Toast Pillow grabs the bot tier 3 in response, looking to grab the inhibitor as well. And the base of GCU is cracked wide open. Aqua is on top of Anis, though. Doesn't quite find the Vanguard's edge. Ace in the hole does find the mark, but that's not who you should be looking at. You should be looking at Toast Pillow and Lil Copium because they're deep in enemy territory. Gonna be good for now. The Maiden does go down, but watch this Q damage on the turret. It's gonna hurt like hell. Peril and Convergence gonna buy him a little bit more time. Two-shot barrage does so much damage though. And with that first Nexus turret down, it's looking bleak for GCU. They go deep to try and get Sencrad, able to Chrono break and stay alive, but he's ignited, has to flash from the Mystic Shot. The flash forward, and Planty says, down you go. Sit in the dirt where you belong. They find another Nexus turret. They try to get Zemi, but the answer is no, sir. The only one you're getting is Planty, but it doesn't matter. It's too little too late because UBC grab game number 2, and they grab the victory for the series.
And now 3-1. They played a very ostentatious game 1 with an all gas, no brakes composition. Game 2, a little bit more standard team fighting, and you could just see Lil Copium, when there's a more narrowed vision of what to expect out of the game, does it so well. 10.1k damage, but probably soaked probably 20k worth.
Yeah, and oh my god, look at the Yorick damage at 28.6k. This man, the Toasty Bells needs to chill. He's a damage machine coming through once again. He's got the dark tech, and somehow this man makes it work. He's cooking, and all he makes is 5-star Michelin meals, man. Honestly, can't complain.
I hate to agree with you, but I think that's a pretty fair statement overall. There was a lot that this team could ask for, and Toastbell gave it all to him. Does exactly what the composition needed both games, and it just goes to show you, dark tech can still work.
Yeah, listen, man, he reached deep in the dark tech box. He pulled something out to the light. He was like, I'm gonna give you a quick glimpse, and then it goes back in the box. And what I saw, very scary. You can't even ban for this guy though. That's the problem, because it's like whatever he picks, he's got some weird spooky tech, and he's gonna make it work. And they make it work once again here. UBC are gonna go ahead and close out for tonight. That was, unfortunately, as well, the last game of the night. I do believe. I'd be surprised if we have anything else. I don't think we do. That is, I believe, the last game. Yeah, it is. And so ultimately, one hell of a match. Maybe, I don't know right there. What's the verdict? Did that top the series that we had before this? I think it's close. I think it was up there.
It's close, but it's going to be really hard to top like a 45-minute game. With
it didn't go the distance, but it had the content. You know, it was a lot. You really got your bang for your buck. You know. Efficiency.
Yeah, you got a 4-man Poppy ult to like steal this third Elder Drake of the game. That was game 1. So it's gonna be really hard. This is great standard League of Legends. This like turned out really well, and you can see why UBC is now 3-1. We'll be looking forward to hopefully seeing them in the playoffs as we get out to more of those best of 5 format. But for now, yeah, no, it hit that itch for a Monday. We'll take it, or a Wednesday now.
I was gonna say, damn, it hits you so hard, you losing track of the days now. Get this man out of here, bro. He needs to chill.
I'm gonna go take a nap.
He's gotta go take a nap. And that is gonna be it from us here at NECC. Rector, thank you so much for being here with me, brother. Shout out to Prod. Shout out to you guys for watching once again. Hope you guys enjoyed as much as we did. And we'll see you back here again next week for some more League of Legends action. Stay safe. Be good to each other. Good night, good evening, depending on your time zone. Have a good day.
Feel the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on.